Let's do it. Okay, so do I start with this bonus thing or what do I do? Whoa, one of 156. Can do 13 sets of 12 or whatever. Oh, go to. Oh, it's gonna start over every time. I like how this version has no creek. I mean, not even like rocks or like any sort of indication that water could ever flow through there. Oh, there's some way back here, I guess. It's so whimsical in its geometry. Yeah, so they draw it over the line and then it scrolls, I guess. And go back. I'm going to turn this on.
Star Wars. Don't miss this amazing once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That's right, an incredible 4,000-carat diamond for the piddling sum of $2 million. That number...
So, did we already introduce ourselves? Should we do it again for real? Who's going to start? Peter.
Hi, I'm Peter Chan, and I'm the lead artist.
You drew that painting right there, right?
Yes, I did, yes.
Okay.
I'm Larry Ahern, lead animator.
You killed that bird.
And I think that was a Leela scene.
Oh, okay.
She's the animal killer.
I like the mustache trees in that last shot, Peter. I'm Tim Schaefer, co-project leader of this lovely game.
And I am Dave Grossman, other project leader and designer and writer along with Tim of this lovely game.
That should have been our titles, co and other.
Co and other, yeah.
Clint Bajakian, one of the composers.
Peter McConnell, one of the composers.
Nice. The game has begun, you guys. Okay, so we saw the lovely, what's the name of that classical music that plays during the opening voice?
Rossini, William Tell Overture. It's the quiet part of the William Tell Overture.
There's two classical pieces that mean mourning in cartoons.
Yes, there's that one, and then there's... And the other one is... That's from... Where is that from?
I don't remember.
It might be Peer Gynt or something like. That's a good guess.
It's not another place in the Rossini, is it?
No, I think it's Peer Gynt. I think.
But for that opening scene with the music, we actually got the score
Yeah.
and sequenced the ink into the MIDI sequencer.
That was one of the big panning sequences, like wide pieces of art for the game.
Oh, the
Panned
room
over.
shot. It was a double room.
And I noticed there's a poster with an L from Laverne and Shirley on that poster back there.
Here's one of our giant animation scenes.
How did you lip sync back then? Because we didn't have any like tool. Nowadays we use a tool for lip syncing. Do you just by hand?
I think we just timed it out like the old-fashioned timing sheets.
Now that was for the cinematics, but for in-game, wasn't it Eric Wilmunder?
I thought it just blah 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 chattered.
I think
for
the
in-game.
in-game was just on-off with audio on-off.
Yeah, there's no actual lip syncing for
Yeah.
the majority of the game,
So it's
which
just-
is funny since I have gotten many compliments on the lip syncing for this game over the years.
Because, you know, it loops around and every percentage of the time it's on, right?
Well, because I remember
Yeah, I
Eric.
think Eric designed some kind of an algorithm for making the lips move to the level of
volume?
volume.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
if there
Of the
are pauses,
waveform, of the
pauses in
waveform.
the
Of the
audio, it
waveform,
stops
yeah.
moving the lips.
Yeah.
That's true.
Now these credits were done by Kyle Balda.
That's
You're
right.
saying entirely on his internship.
Yep.
So wait, did we not pay for these
He,
credits? Or did we
he
pay for
took
them?
You got paid, right?
I think so, yeah. He took time. This is Peter, the other Peter. We took time out of CalArts. He came and spent some time with us, and we gave him this intro as an internship, and he did a fabulous job.
Seems like a funny thing to do. Like, hey, you're an intern. You've never done this before. Do you want to do the entire animated intro? The most.
But I remember when he did, you know, when he finished something, he shared it with us. We were all blown away by it.
Yeah, it was awesome.
The most iconic signature piece. Can you
Yeah.
hurry and finish that before you go
Do you
back
want
to
to
school?
set the entire
That's right.
tone for the look of our game? And
It was excellent.
it's awesome.
I would later learn that this was the perfect piece to have Kyle work on because he was colorblind, as it turns out.
I didn't know that.
I saw him
I
working
didn't-
on
I didn't
something
even
else
know
and he
that.
had other people picking his colors for him.
Oh, interesting. There was another 3D artist we had there in B Building that was colorblind too, and it was one of those things where people were just kind of, have you noticed everything he does? The reds don't make sense or whatever. I couldn't remember.
Oh, the cow. I always get really happy watching these credits. I like the stretchy cow neck.
That cow should have showed up again later somewhere. Yeah. Missed opportunities.
What if the cow had come on their journey with them? Everything would have been so different.
Well, here's
you
the
know?
story explanation right now for why the cow doesn't come.
He's just tired.
Doesn't want to make
Like
the walk
I've been
up
to the
hill.
mansion before.
Now, this is the first fight I had with Peter McConnell. Do you remember this, Peter?
Yes, I was gonna.
You were gonna mention that?
You were gonna remember it.
Because the opening cutscene was too long, and we always had a problem with too long opening cutscenes, and so we were like, let's split it in half and put an interactive sequence. So there's an interactive sequence that's about to start, but I seem to remember it was the wrong time of day for you because it's nighttime outside. It started in the daytime with the mutation scene, then it became nighttime.
Right.
But then what happened? Then it turned into daytime at the end. That's what bothered you because the music couldn't make that transition in your mind.
Yeah, well, I think mostly I was crabby because you know we had to the cutscenes and the interactivity required a bunch of programming in iMuse, and I
didn't do anything. Hey, Mike.
finished it one way, and then you changed it to another, and so I think I came up with some sort of artistic argument that had to do with daylight like that, but
But that's an important thing to learn running a project, to not change things after someone spent hours and hours making something.
well, it was also an
Try not
important
to
thing to
change
learn not to step way out of your bailiwick and tell the guy who's writing the scene how to write the scene.
Oh, there are bailiwicks all over the place in this game.
That was a lot.
That one looks like it's from a local hardware store. It's from George's Hardware. George says that every American should have a vacuum cleaner in their basement. I'm not leaving this motel until I find those tentacles. Laverne's covering that territory. Looks like Dr. Fred wearing a powdered wig. Handsome in a way, but I'm glad he eventually accepted his hair loss. The safe is closed. Sleek design, sturdy construction, attractive housing. All in all, a fine phone. Gee, Dr. Fred doesn't have a penny. It's closed. It's a bottle of correctional fluid. I hope no one's watching. I look so goofy on video. Hoagie's got that part of the house. Hoagie's got that part of the house. There's something funny about that clock. Aha! A secret passage. This is all too easy.
Laverne, how'd you get upstairs?
Am I upstairs? I got lost.
Seen any tentacles?
What's a tentacle?
Oh, just something I whipped up in my spare time. Made good pets, actually. Until one of them tried to take over the world. Had to tie the little buggers up in the basement.
Good thing you told us that.
Yeah, Bernard wanted us to set them free.
Thank God you weren't that stupid. Did you say Bernard?
Okay, you're free to go.
Thanks, Bernard.
Yes, thank you, naive human. Now I can finish taking over the world.
Wait!
Oh, yeah. Now I remember. He's incredibly evil, isn't he?
I'll try to talk him out of it.
Well, what possible harm could one insane mutant tentacle do?
Leaping lab rats!
Dr. Fred.
What have you done this time, you meddling milquetoast? Now Purple Tentacle is free to use his evil mutant powers to take over the world and enslave all humanity!
Whoops.
Our only hope now is to turn off my sludge-o-matic machine and prevent the toxic mutagen from entering the river.
Isn't it a little late for that, Doctor?
Of course. That's why I'll have to do it. Yesterday, through the time machine.
This is all your fault, Bernard.
Behold, children, the Chronogon.
Doc, can't you just send Bernard?
No, you must all go to increase the odds that one of you will make it there alive.
Have any people ever been hurt in this thing?
Of course not. This is the first time I've ever tried it on people. Well, I'll be.
And then there's the porta potties, vessels.
Chronojons.
Yep.
Chronojons.
This, by the way, is an amazing full-screen animation before it was possible to do full-screen animation.
And not actually animated. That's all. The background's all color cycling.
It's all color cycling.
A lost art in the world of.
I forgot about that.
Now that computers work like they should, you don't have to do that stuff anymore.
You know, if you look at Mark Ferrari's website, not that Mark Ferrari worked on this game, but he was a master of color cycling, and he has a whole website where he's done it in a more high-end way, like with higher res color cycling. He just kept perfecting that to higher and higher resolutions.
Yeah, that stuff was crazy. He was into it, and then I think Bill Eakin was the one that inherited the mantle from him when he left.
All the lava in '84.
Yeah.
Diamond wasn't good enough. Uh-oh.
See, color cycling.
Wow.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Hoagie
so that
jump
was like
cycling.
2-3 frame animations.
And a little surf music for Hoagie. We always had a place for surf music in our games. That, the Bone Wagon theme.
Yep.
That's right.
I think that surf music was yours.
That was mine. Yeah, I did that last little sequence there.
Yeah, you know the musically, this I believe was the last project that we all worked on. Certainly the last original title that we all worked on together, sort of equally as composers, where there was no lead composer and we all pretty much
panicked and freaked out together.
Order jewels.
What happened to Hoagie and Laverne?
I knew I should have bought a real diamond.
Are they alive?
My dials say that the larger specimen landed 200 years in the past, and the other is stuck 200 years in the future.
Well, hurry up and bring them back.
I will, as soon as I get a new diamond. Then all your buddies have to do is plug in their respective chronogens and...
Plug them in? Where is Hoagie going to find an electrical outlet 200 years in the past?
Yes, well, he'll be needing my patented super battery then, won't he? Now, where did I put those patented super battery plans of mine?
Plans? How are we gonna get Hoagie plans?
Don't worry me with details, boy. Just help me find the plans. They're in this house somewhere.
Now what am I going to do?
I think I made myself perfectly clear. Step 1, find plans. Step 2, save world. Step 3, get out of my house. Let's get cracking.
Yeah, I definitely see the I see why they had that small little interaction. You just go down in the clock. And actually I picked up a couple inventory items, but hello? Game? What's going on? Here it goes.
Okay, am I right, or is this is finally the game starting? Like the game, all of that was intro.
Right, all that was
The
intro.
game has now finally begun. And then as soon as you walk off screen, we freeze again for another cutscene. Ah, okay, now we're playing.
So the original cutscene was like 7 minutes before we
added that brief, tiny introduction to. We always were wrestling with that. I felt in adventure
time.
games, like you want to tell the story and set it up for, the intro. But if then you think of another, before the intro, we should do this other little intro, and then you'd end up with all these like intros to the intros to the intros, and they get super long.
I feel like that's just because we were inexperienced writers.
No, I
But
think
some people like that. Some people like that you set the whole stage and then they're interactive, and some people are just clicking and they want to get to it.
Yeah, but we never respected those people, to be honest. We just clicked to get through it. The reality is you guys had a story to tell, and that's the way to set it up and get people invested in it so that when they actually get into the interactive part, they feel invested. And
Were these cutscenes escapable back then? Did we?
Good, but you'd be so confused if you just started this game.
Right.
And I do feel
Maybe
like
your
we're
fault,
asking the player to play a part in this story, and it's mean to make them wait so long before they can.
True, but at least they're being entertained.
But of course, it's a classic, full of mistakes, but a classic.
It can't do anything without a new diamond. I'm surprised I ever got out of there alive. It's...
Maybe I put them upstairs. That's got to be it. Upstairs.
I think you said it's empty.
It's empty. There, it's off. But it's too late now. It looks like a generator driven by a treadmill. Yoo-hoo! Dr. Fred?
The plans! The plans!
Now, where did Dr. Fred go? There doesn't seem to be anything dangerous in there.
Yeah, it's the ad lib.
Excuse me.
What is it? I'm rather... Say, aren't you Bernard Bernoulli?
You must have me confused with some other Bernard Bernoulli.
No, you're the one. You broke into our mansion a few years ago to save your little friend. What did you come for this time?
I'm a repairman. I've come to fix your VCR.
There's nothing wrong with my VCR. You keep your paws off of it.
You haven't seen any plans for a super battery around, have you?
Super battery, huh? Fred might have something like that.
I was just admiring your statue.
Thank you. It's been in the Edison family since colonial times. One of Fred's ancestors carved it.
This is quite an array of gadgetry you have here.
Yes, it's the best surveillance system in the state.
Do you think I could play with these a bit?
Absolutely not.
Is that a Plexus 7000 VCR?
It sure is. It's got a dual-tape speed motor with cobalt casing. Don't touch it.
Are those xenophobe crystal matrix monitors?
They sure are. They're so clear you can see the fleas on the bedroom walls. Don't touch.
How's Dr. Fred doing?
Well, he's still upset about the family financial situation, seeing that it's his fault and all. But he seems a lot better now that he stopped sleepwalking.
How did he wreck the family finances?
Well, we should have made millions on the computer game they made about us. But the resident genius locked the contract in the safe in his office and forgot the combination.
What's wrong with sleepwalking?
Ordinarily nothing. But when Fred sleepwalks, he remembers the combination to the safe. I'd find him in the office, opening it, screaming like a cat in the oven, and slamming it again. Something about what's in there really scares him. Unfortunately, I was never able to catch the combination since he works it so fast.
How did he manage to stop sleepwalking?
He stopped sleeping. Fred drinks a lot of coffee. Me, I only drink decaf.
I'll let you get back to what you are doing.
Come back any time, you big hunk.
Not too interesting. It's Dr. Fred's office. Nothing going on in there. It's signed, Edna, thanks for giving me the fever. Creepy. Hey, aren't you Weird Ed Edison, the paramilitary nut?
Why, yes, Hey, do I know you?
Yeah, I'm Bernard Bernoulli. I broke into your house 5 years ago, kidnapped your hamster, broke into your piggy bank.
Nope, doesn't ring a bell, but I can't remember much about that period anyway. My psychotherapist thinks something traumatic happened to me back then that I'm blocking out.
I remember when I was trying to figure out and come up with the style, you know, it was back in those days we didn't really have Google internet search stuff. So, you know, all we had were 2 books that I studied from, and that was a Bugs Bunny book, compilation kind of thing, and Chuck-a-Muck, which was Chuck Jones's bio book. And I remember to do research we had to use VHS tapes. And we watched all those classic Saturday morning cartoon stuff, and we would pause and look at, or for me, I was studying, looking at these old cartoons, and except when you pause on a VHS, you always get the line.
Tracking.
Oh, it was awful.
Yeah.
But that was how I was studying and trying to come up with, you know, shapes and just study layout. And then, yeah, it worked out.
So you gave up the crazy military commando thing?
I'm much better now. I don't have those bad thoughts anymore. Now I collect stamps.
That's quite a nice collection. Can I have it?
No. I mean, no. They mean a lot to me. Sometimes I think they're the only friends I've got.
Nice hamster. Does he do tricks?
No, he just sits there. I used to have a really smart hamster, but something happened to him.
What happened to the old hamster?
I don't remember. When I try, all I can think of is a flash of light and this horrible sound.
What was the horrible sound?
It was sort of like ding. Oh God, I hear it in my dreams till this day.
That hamster really should get some exercise.
Well, Dad puts him to work down in the basement sometimes. But then he starts sweating, and then he gets wet, and then he gets cold, and then he refuses to work.
Your dad or the hamster?
Are you making fun of me?
No, I
get upset when people make fun of me.
I just meant...
Oh, it makes me so mad. I just want to relax. I want to relax. I'll be okay if I just focus on my stamps.
Are all your hobbies this fascinating?
I don't have any other hobbies. These stamps are my whole life. If anything were ever to happen to them...
How are the folks?
Well, Dad's in the basement doing an experiment. Mom's in the next room spying on a honeymoon. Ted's in the front yard.
Holding up a bowl of lard?
Well, it's a bird bath, actually, but it rhymes better your way.
Well, hope I didn't get you too excited. Bye.
Peace be with you.
Pony Express stamps.
Yes, not the most valuable kind, but they have a lot of sentimental value to me.
He's reading the Wall Street Journal. Green!
Bernard!
What are you doing up here?
Well, I couldn't stop Purple, and he's gonna go out and conquer the world, and I'm afraid of what he'll do if he catches me, if Dr. Fred doesn't find me first. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Hey!
What's up, Bernard?
You haven't seen Dr. Fred's plans for a super battery around, have you?
No, just these world domination plans of Purple's. Any of Fred's plans would probably be in his office or the lab.
What do you suppose Purple's up to now?
Well, he wants to take over the world, so I figure he's up to something devious.
Conducting cryogenic experiments on small animals?
I wouldn't doubt it, but I was thinking more along the lines of politics.
Why the litter box? Have you got a cat?
Don't ask.
How's your new band doing?
Green tea and the sushi platter? We're doing great! We've decided to really capitalize on our strongest quality as a band.
I don't remember what I said before.
Intoxicating 3-part vocal harmony?
Volume, man, volume! We have a chance to win a Grimey Award as the loudest new band. We're pulling out all the stops.
Are you working on an album?
Yeah, we're doing a CD called Rap on the Forehead. I've got a few tracks hooked up through the stereo if you want to hear them.
Have you gotten any airplay?
No, we're a little too experimental for most radio stations, but we have a huge following in the club scene.
Weren't you looking for a new guitarist a while back?
Yes, but we decided to go with a guy who plays power tools instead. We can generate a lot more sound that way.
That's great.
Yeah.
Want to help me save the world?
I'm afraid to leave the room. In fact, I don't think I can even move from this spot. Purple scares the daylights out of me.
Can you actually use that bowling ball?
No, Purple brought that in here after he grew arms. He got really discouraged, though, because he doesn't have fingers.
How does a tentacle sit in a beanbag chair?
Oh, that part's easy. It's getting back out of it that's hard.
Well, see you later, Green.
Yeah! Good luck in saving the world, B-Man.
It won't budge. Wow, this is loud. It's pushed in. I can't use a videotape with that. There's no label, it's probably blank. Whew.
It's useless. No one will ever be interested in my design, so I'm ending my novelty inventing career right here in this tacky motel. How appropriate. I can't even do this right.
That was really disturbing when he shot himself, and then the stick goes right through his brain, which would be fatal. Very disturbing.
It's true. They would never.
But then he's got a depressed sigh afterwards. So, you know, he's fine, even though he's still suicidal.
You notice the nice pink box, you know, the Chinese pink box for that you get in Chinatown.
Is that for
That's
like
right
almond
there.
cookies? He's got like a little section of. How sad can he be?
I just thought that was donuts.
Well, it's true about that theme, the suicide theme, or cigarettes for another matter. I think we used to have characters sometimes
Yeah,
lighten up and
there was
stuff.
no ESRB when we made this.
Yeah.
Neat. I don't think I could get him from here. Gee, you look depressed.
What clued you in, Brainiac?
The glassy look in your eyes?
I'm having a crisis here, a warehouse of anguish. I'm a novelty goods designer by trade. I've come up with some fabulous ideas. The exploding lollipop, itching powder gum, and reverse 3D glasses, to name a few. The problem is, no one likes my designs. I send them all over the world and no one responds. I just wish someone would say they liked one just once. Oh, woe is me.
I like your design ideas.
Well, I didn't mean you.
Hi, my name's Bernard. What's yours?
Dwayne. Isn't that depressing?
His name is depressing.
Maybe I can help cheer you up.
Oh, I can hardly wait.
Let's discuss philosophy.
Okay, here's my philosophy. Life is completely pointless, especially mine.
Nietzsche had some interesting ideas along those lines.
Oh, who cares? Philosophers are all failures like me who couldn't make it in a real profession.
What did you say your job was again?
I'm a novelty goods designer by trade. The problem is, no one likes my designs. I send them all over the world and no one responds. I just wish someone would say they liked one just once. Oh, woe is me.
You haven't seen any plans for a super battery around, have you?
Super battery? That sounds even worse than the things I come up with.
Nice music they pipe in here, huh?
It's from the Elevator Classics series. It seems like this one tune has been on all day. I've never been so depressed in my life.
Maybe I can help cheer you up.
Oh, I can hardly wait.
Why don't you try whistling a happy tune?
I invented a whistle that turned your lips green. Nobody liked it. Ugh.
Maybe some calisthenics would help.
Last time I tried calisthenics, I ruptured my spleen. Ugh.
Okay, maybe I can't cheer you up.
Don't worry about it. I'd only get depressed again.
Never mind. Up too late? Try a fickle finger's fate. Stick in a dime and you'll have a good time. A hymn. Are you interested in particle physics? You haven't seen any plans for a super battery around, have you? I wonder where Dr. Fred could have put them. What's with that guy in the next room? What do you do to cheer up a failed novelty designer? Maybe he'd like to discuss theoretical valence analysis. I'm trying to save the world from a nasty tentacle. I had an uncle who snored as loud as you do. He lived in California until he was declared an earthquake hazard. Nice room you've got here. Where on earth do you buy furnishings this color? Well, thanks. You've been really helpful. My grandma gave me one like this for my birthday. It won't budge. There's a whole lot of keys on here. I've never gotten over my childhood fear of Uzo. You looking at me? Are you looking at me? Then who are you looking at, huh? I asked you a question. Okay, clown, that does it. I hate that clown.
It's creepier than this one.
Neat.
Ah.
Air conditioning, I guess. Neat. Actually, I'd call this more of a threak. My, what a big coffee maker. I think I could lubricate my car with this stuff. Brown water. The Duke Memorial Brand Microwave. I'd rather not. I'd rather not.
So Peter, one of the characteristics of this art is the exaggeration and the curved lines, like the door is curved.
Totally.
And when things are really exaggerated and cartoony and they're curved as opposed to normally you would see them straight lines and things. Where did you get that? What do you remember how you developed that? Because that's a real one of the signatures, I think, of.
Yeah, I mean that's just part of the visual language that I was trying to use, you know, and you're right, that was the goal, was to balance the two, and also, you know, I was trying to simplify, and the inspiration came from Chuck Jones's layout artist, Maurice Noble. So Maurice Noble, you know, if you watched his classic cartoons, designs on, you know, Duck Dodgers and What's Opera Doc, you know, you can kind of see that he totally exaggerated and made those beautiful graphic shapes. So that's what I was trying to do, is incorporate some of that into this game.
It makes the environments seem bigger maybe than they would otherwise. They kind of stretch like
there's kind of a
it stretches up, fisheye effect almost up towards the ceiling, and it just seems more expansive, draws you in.
Oh, good.
That was very interesting. So, actually, to tell you the truth, the wacky art kind of turned me off trying this game for a long time, because I felt like it. When I saw it, I figured I would just feel like I'm lost in a fun house and I would just be disoriented the whole time. It wasn't bad once I got into it. Well, it was easier to play this version. But yeah, playing this, and I don't know, to me it doesn't look expansive at all. It actually looks very cramped to me.
Who knows what surprises await inside?
think it's empty. No, it's
It's
fun.
a fine funnel.
Hey, boy, you missed the party.
You and the clown were having a party?
No, last night. At the Novelty Goods Salesmen's Convention. I tell you, we novelty goods salesmen know how to have a good time.
Has anyone ever told you you look like Don Pardo?
That's strange. My wife says I look like Charlie Chaplin. So, want a cigar?
Sorry, my mom told me never to smoke.
Hey, if I listened to my mom, I wouldn't be where I am today. Well, suit yourself, boy.
Looks like they all escaped. Jumpy little sucker. Jumpy little sucker. Jumpy little sucker. Jumpy little sucker. Hi there.
What can I do for you, kid?
Yeah, I didn't get very far in the first one. And by that I mean I played the first game inside this one and didn't try for very long.
So where is everybody?
The really big bash was last night. I guess they're all sleeping it off. So, want a cigar?
Sure, lay one of those Havanan babies on me.
Thought I was gonna blow your head off there, didn't you? Well, you were right. You shouldn't smoke. It's a bad habit. That cracks me up every time.
Hi there.
What can I do for you, kid?
You haven't seen any plans for a super battery around, have you?
Battery? I wouldn't know about anything like that. I'm just a novelty goods distributor specializing in cigars. So, want another cigar?
Okay, but only if you promise not to light it this time.
Would I do a thing like that? I told you it was a bad habit.
Not much to see in there. It's already open. It's not exactly the Ritz. No time for that now. I'm saving the world from Purple Tentacle.
So what's funny is the first time I played this game, I was able to get to the part where I could switch characters so quickly that I didn't remember that there was a period where I couldn't. And now I'm like, I don't know how to unlock that.
The Chicago Manual of Thermodynamic Flux Induction Circuit Design. Great stuff. What? Why would I want to flush that down the toilet? What? Why would I want to flush that down the toilet? It looks like a physics professor I knew in the 2nd grade. It's closed. It's closed. It's closed. It's closed.
Just trying to get him to walk around it. I remember a good number of the puzzles, but this was so early. Oh, let's get this.
Help wanted. Lab assistant. Hard-working moronic drone needed to assist genius with experiments. High school diploma not required. Someone's breaking into a car out there.
Maybe it's this. I don't know.
I guess not too many birds bathe in the evening. Hey, Ted. Talkative as ever, eh, Ted? Boy, I haven't seen you since I was here 5 years ago. You haven't changed a whole lot. You know, I bet you'd really like my friend Hoagie. He can pass out standing up and not drop anything. Boy, I wish I had as little on my mind as you do. I mean, my best friends are stranded in time. I hope they're able to get power to their Johns. You haven't seen any plans for a super battery around, have you? Nah, didn't think so. Well, I'd best be on about saving the world. It's empty. Hi.
Don't sneak up on me like that.
What are you up to?
I locked my keys in the car.
If you're locked out, why break into the trunk?
I have a spare set of keys in there.
I don't see your keys in the car.
Actually, I lost them somewhere.
Nice crowbar.
Thanks. Don't even think about asking to use it. I need it.
Here, perhaps these are your keys.
Where? Gimme. Hey, thanks, pal. Keep the crowbar.
Thank you, Masked Man.
Maybe this one. It must be one of these. Maybe this one. What sort of person would carry around this many keys?
Hi.
Look, I'm in a bit of a hurry, so kindly beat it. It must be one of these.
Someone wrote "wash me" in the dust. Some people think that washing one's vehicle will make it rain.
Oh?
Uh-huh.
How about that? What sort of person would carry around this many keys? Drat.
What beautiful, clear water. That looks inviting. There's no time for that now. It's really dirty. It's really dirty. It's really dirty. It's empty. Neat. To do. It's Dr. Fred's design for a super battery. It's capable of storing up to 1 gigavolt with a charging time of only 0.01 seconds. Wow! I've got the plans.
It's been
Quick,
sitting right
we
there.
have to flush them to Hoagie.
How did you get over there?
My ingenious super battery design, please.
really flush them.
Yes.
Down the toilet.
No, through time. Using the highly sophisticated time flux hydraulic vortex chamber I've installed in each chronogon, you can flush small inanimate objects to each other through time. Flush small inanimate objects to each other through time.
Hello? Dr. Fred, can you hear me? Drat.
Did you hear something?
No, let's see if what's-his-name catches on.
Oh, great. I'm stuck in colonial times. Tentacles are taking over the world, and now the toilet's backing up.
Okay, come over here. It's your old pal, Dr. Fred.
Dr. Fred, how'd you get in there?
I want you to pick up those plans you see in the Chronogon, Hoagie. Bring them to Red Edison. He's my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. He'll know what to do.
You need the plans to make a super battery so you can plug in your chronogon.
Okay, if you say so, Bernard.
Good boy. Does he have any experience with electronics?
Well, I once saw him take 3,000 volts directly through his head without batting an eye.
Didn't he pass out?
Well, he was already passed out when it happened.
Time for me to save the world, I guess.
Ding, 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 ding. This is that we talked about a little bit when Dave and I played through. But originally, you could play all three characters right away. Remember that?
Is that true?
Yeah, you could play all the characters from the very beginning, and we had our first pizza orgy where we tested the game out, and people were like, "Oh, there's so many options," and they were overwhelmed. So now we unlocked it, so you have to play as Bernard for a little while, and then you do something that makes it so you can play Hoagie, and then Vern's the last.
And what about the other three kids?
They got cut.
There were 3 other kids?
They were 3 other kids. Do you remember who they were?
No, I don't remember anything about 3 other kids.
I have a piece of paper that has a picture of them.
Moonglow.
Chester.
And
Razor.
And Chester became...
Chester and Moonglow ring a bell.
Chester became Ned and Ted.
Wait, not Ned and Ted. Jed and...
Or whoever they were.
Jed and...
Ned and Jed.
Ned and Jed.
Okay.
Ned and Jed. And Moonglow just went away. And Razor went away as well.
I mean, I stole the character design from Chester and said, I like that. I'll use that for these guys. And put them in a powdered wig.
Why do the work again? Really?
Exactly.
Pizza orgy. Poor choice of words now.
Ye olde outhouses. Kumquats. No way could I pick that up. It's the battery plants I'm supposed to give to that Red Edison dude. Grody. Huh, this door appears to be locked. It's unplugged.
Hoagie's front and back walk is second only to Sam's sideways walk. Oh, is that what it was? Because it looked complicated but pointless.
Hi there, mister.
Franklin, Ben Franklin, soon to be known as the inventor of electricity.
Do you know Red Edison? He's a scientist guy, too.
Scientist guy.
Red Edison? A scientist? He's just an innkeeper who pretends to be a scientist, and he's not very good at doing either one. I can't believe Washington and Jefferson picked his inn, of all places, to write our Constitution.
Do you mean Washington like President Washington?
Did he tell you he was president? The nerve of that guy, always trying to run things. But of course, no one will care who's president once I've harnessed the ultimate power, the power of electricity.
Shouldn't you say the discoverer of electricity?
You think the ultimate power in the universe is just under some rock waiting to be discovered? Ha! I, Ben Franklin, am going to summon power from the sky by sheer force of genius.
I could use a little power myself for my time machine.
There will be power enough for all in time. There aren't any time machines yet anyway. That's next summer's project.
How exactly are you going to do that power luring?
Using one of my newest inventions. I like to call it the Francocopter.
That's a kite, Ben. They've been around for thousands of years.
Oh, sure, as toys, but this one is a letter to the gods. It says, "Dear Thor, just one drop of your mighty juice in the hands of a genius like me could illuminate the entire world. Love, Ben."
I hope you wrote it in Swedish so Thor can read it. Or were those guys Norwegian?
I was speaking figuratively. What actually is happening is that I'm waiting for lightning to strike my kite.
How did we?
I'm trying to remember how we did.
How we referred to it to score it, because we would have had to play the game.
I think what we did, yeah, I'm trying to remember too.
Hold
I think
up a
what we
video
actually,
camera in front of the screen.
I think what we did was we got a save game made,
Oh.
and we would play it to the next, like, place where you could pause, or like we would, the next space bar point or something like that, and then we would score it, and then we would make it so that the music, because the thing was that you couldn't rely on the sync, right? So we had to actually make the music interactive in a sense with the scene so that it could, depending on how fast of a machine you had and how quickly therefore the scene would play, would the music actually hit the right hit points and then proceed correctly to the next hit point.
So we would have an accordion like.
We basically had an accordion-like
at the end of
structure.
each little section, it would
Yeah.
sort of pause and then resume at the hit point. Or jump to the hit point if the hit point was reached first.
Yeah, and
which
I'm trying to think if we
would be only the fastest machines.
Right.
I'm not sure what they were talking about. If I understood the problem, then I might understand their solution.
Isn't it too sunny for lightning?
Shh! I know that. I'm just trying to keep my grant going until we get a storm.
And then what?
And then the electricity charges the kite.
And then what?
Then the electricity travels down the string.
And then what?
It charges me, of course.
And then what?
I glow with its almighty power.
And then what?
I use its power to make the world a better place.
And then what?
The world kneels before me, asking me to guide it with my mighty benevolence.
And then what?
I have all annoying pests like you locked up.
And then what?
Shot.
Oh, I see.
I like this mad scientist goofy sidekick gig where you just, point out all the obvious problems.
Aren't you missing a key or something?
The key to discovery is daring intellect, my boy. Daring intellect and rigorous science.
No, I mean a real key.
You mean the where the heck did I put my keys kind of key?
Yeah.
That's a manual device. It needs no power. Seriously, man, what are you thinking?
Well, I'm going to back away now, just in case.
Carry on.
Well, of course. I mean, it's Tim Schafer. It's Monkey Island, essentially.
It's totally covered with crud. It's closed. You're brilliant. What a novel design. Come to Baltimore at once. Bitchin'. Ooh, the Pony Express. It's closed. What's up? Don't feel like talking, huh? Vow of silence or something, probably, right? Well, that's cool. I had something for Red Edison. You wouldn't be him, would you? Great hat, man. I know some dudes in a band who'd eat roaches for hats like that. Of course, they'd probably eat roaches anyhow. They're like that. Whoa. Well, nice talking to you, dude.
So as soon as Hoagie gets that battery working, we're set.
I'm afraid not. We still need a diamond for the main unit. And your friend in the future needs power too, if she's still alive.
Alive?
Get me out of here! I like trees and everything, but this one has got to go.
There's something in the chronogon.
See, I remember where all the items go now, so.
Although limited to a low-pressure, sub-zero, nitrogen-free environment, the flux induction circuit can still be quite useful. I guess he's not interested.
So now, CD games were just starting to be released on CD-ROM, and
The first,
for us it was
the talkie, first talkie.
first talkie, right?
Was this before Rebel Assault?
Was it before or around the
Because
same,
we
same
shipped
year? I
two
think.
versions of this game. We shipped a floppy version and a CD-ROM version.
Followed up with,
This
with our
CD-ROM was the
first
talkie, right?
our first talk.
The floppy version only had voice in the intro, and then it was all text.
And that was not the original plan to do voice at all.
No.
We were not going to do it, and while we were making the game,
human voice was invented.
Well, human voice was invented, and more and more people started to have CD-ROM drives in their home computer, to the point where Kelly Flock just came in one day and said, what do you say we delay the game a little bit and we make a full voice talkie?
Yeah, let's all thank you to Myst.
Although, was this pre-Myst?
No, I think, well, I mean, Myst was what sold all those CD-ROMs and Rebel Assault.
The LALR compiler is constructed by the following method. First, develop a rigorous elective grammar.
Stop! That book's starting to put me to sleep.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna refill my coffee. I'll be right back. Robin Williams. Whatever. Whoever that was.
Hey.
What is it?
It's one of the many little treasures I found. I don't remember saying it.
You look kind of familiar.
Of course I do. I'm Red Edison, the inventor, not to mention owner of this inn. Perhaps you've seen my picture in some important scientific journal. Then again, maybe not.
Do you know Ben Franklin?
Franklin? I would never associate with that overstuffed goofball. He has the stupidest idea about glasses with one red lens and one blue one.
What are you doing?
I'm inventing, you simpleton. What's it look like I'm doing?
I know an inventor who looks a bit like you.
Well, it's not one of my sons, that's for sure. It appears that I, Red Edison, foremost genius of my day, am to be the last in a long line of gifted inventors. My nearly indistinguishable sons have decided that they want to be artists. I think it was Jed's idea. Or is it Ned? Ah, well, the left-handed one at any rate. Must be some sort of bad blood on their mother's side.
What are you inventing?
It's a complex metal device designed to minimize paper entropy.
What are you inventing?
It's a complex metal device designed to minimize paper entropy.
Well, see you later.
You might if you cut that hair a bit shorter. Super battery, eh? Brilliant design. Sometimes I amaze myself. Now all I need is oil, vinegar, and some gold. What's this? Help wanted, moronic drone, assist genius, yada yada yada. Well, I'm the only genius around, and you look dumb enough. So pick up your lab coat and get to work.
It looks more like a raincoat than a lab coat.
Those founding fathers are driving me nuts. Flag design changes every 5 minutes. Well, as soon as I'm done with this, I'm making them a flag, ready or not.
Sometimes I like to eat it raw.
No, I think I mentioned that guy last time with the meme of the guy pointing behind and eating the raw ramen.
Salad oil.
Oh, wait. Suddenly want to say the bucket was here. No, the bucket goes here. Where's... I don't know. There it is.
It's empty.
So you pick up this bucket.
I hope this wasn't used in the outhouses. Looks like someone's bedroom.
We'll go that way in a minute. I think we can do something here.
Yo.
Hello?
What's up, you cold?
Cold? I'm freezing.
Why don't you have some hot coffee?
Oh, I can't stand coffee. It makes me irritable and want to bang my head against the walls.
Whoa, I can relate.
Well, please don't do it around here.
Still cold, huh?
What clued you in? The shivering, the knocking knees, the deathly pallor, or the chattering teeth?
Well, why don't you put a coat on?
I'm wearing a coat, you nitwit. I've even got this blanket which makes me itch, and I'm still freezing.
Gotta get out in the sun, dude.
Why don't you build a fire?
Well, I keep asking Jefferson to build a fire, but he won't. Says he needs the log for posterity and won't part with it.
He's going to give the log to starving children?
I don't get any respect around here. Why, I bet if George I spent the winter in Valley Forge, Washington was cold, we'd get some heat in here.
Awesome blanket there, dude.
Thank you. It was given to me by my dear old colorblind Aunt Hattie.
How come you sign your name so big?
Astigmatism.
I thought it was Shivers.
You mean you have like a childhood complex?
All right. The truth is that a friend once told me that women go crazy over guys with a big signature.
What are you guys doing in here?
We're writing the...
We're drafting a constitution for the United States.
Don't say draft. You'll only make me colder.
Wimp.
Yeah, wimp.
Why don't you build a fire?
Oh yeah, I did this.
Well, I keep asking Jefferson to build a fire, but he won't. Says he needs the log for posterity and won't part with it.
Who'd want a poster of a log?
I don't get any respect around here. Why, I bet if George I spent the winter in Valley Forge, Washington was cold, we'd get some heat in here.
Shouldn't you guys be working instead of just sitting there?
Writer's block. We can't think of any amendments or anything, so we put a suggestion box over there. I don't suppose you have any brilliant ideas?
You could guarantee the right to free speech.
Free speech? No, that'll never work.
Well, I gotta go, dude.
What?
Boy, it's sure quiet in here. I wonder if there might be any ideas worth discussing in the suggestion box. Maybe somebody should take a look.
I say, lads, I have an idea.
Does it have anything to do with starting a fire?
No. I was thinking it's about time we open the suggestion box. Don't you agree?
Sure, George, if you say so.
Yes, whatever you think is fine with us. Excellent.
What's he thinking? No one of any importance has been here all day. What could be in the suggestion box?
Perhaps he intends to suggest something himself.
Oh.
Here's a suggestion. It says, George says that every American should have a vacuum cleaner in their basement. What do you think, gentlemen? Whatever you say, George.
Your name's on it. I'm sure you must have a good reason for suggesting it.
Yes. It's strange. I don't quite... Well, I'm sure I had a reason for it. If there are no objections, we shall add it to the Constitution immediately. No? Good, and so shall it be law.
What's a vacuum cleaner?
Hey, tall, dark, and spiffy, my name's Hoagie.
Well, how quaint. I am, of course, Thomas Jefferson, noted scholar, musician, horseman, student of the sciences, member of the bar.
Oh, sure, I've heard of you, dude. What's in the can, Tommy?
Thomas. My name is Thomas, and this, my chubby friend, is a time capsule, filled with remembrances of our time to be revealed 400 years hence.
So, how's the time capsule going?
I'm sorry to say that except for my log, we haven't got a thing.
Dude, is that like the Constitution?
It is, now that our esteemed leader has sparked us with his brilliant vacuum suggestion, we're really rolling. In a few minutes, Washington's going to present his proposal to split the government into 8 branches: executive, judicial, legislative, bronchial, atypical, Freudian, elliptical, and extra crispy.
I hope they've got a good editor. Could you start a fire, please?
I'd love to oblige you, young man, but I can't. This is the only log, and I'm saving it for posterity.
How can you let Hancock suffer like that?
A real man is warmed by the fires of his spirit. You should listen to Washington relate his experiences at Valley Forge and take heed.
Hey, so far it's going faster than before, of course.
Has anyone ever told you you're a very snappy dresser?
Why, yes. I studied at Virginia Coat and Technical, where I majored in collar theory. I was captain of the varsity cravat team.
Those are impressive credentials, Tom.
Thomas.
Dude, I loved your work on the Declaration of Independence.
Ah, thank you. What was your favorite part?
I like those S's that look like F's.
I see.
Well, later, dude.
What? What's going to happen later?
It's big, it's heavy, it's wood.
Sorry, I'm saving it. It's going to be a famous log.
Whoa, it's filling up fast.
You can look, but don't touch.
Cool view of the outhouses. Excuse me.
Yes?
Whoa, you're like George Washington.
Very much like him, according to my wife, Mrs. Washington.
Does Mrs. Washington know you wear so much makeup?
One must wear makeup when one receives the phenomenal amount of media attention that I do. It's quite likely that I'll be president soon, you know. Do you think I should be the ecology president or the education president?
Depends on how many cherry trees you chop down.
Well, I am quite the adept tree cutter. Men still tell tales of my youthful prowess.
Would you give me a demonstration?
I don't see why I should.
Do you really have wooden teeth?
As a matter of fact, I do make use of artificial teeth. I find them to be far superior to the ordinary enamel variety.
Don't you have a problem with splinters?
I've been to war, boy. No one who's heard the thunder of musket fire, smelled the sulfur from a cannon blast, and felt the fear in the hearts of his comrades is going to be bothered by a little thing like, oh, blast it.
Well, what about dry rot?
Hardly.
Wow, what do you brush them with?
I use a toothbrush, much like everyone else, and a bit of wood polish, of course.
Doesn't that taste awful?
Not if you take them out first.
Where could I get some of those?
They're rather expensive. Mine were custom made for me by my good friend Paul Revere.
Didn't he ride a horse through town naked?
I believe you have him confused with someone else.
What are you looking at out there?
The future of our nation.
Those outhouses?
No. I was just admiring my reflection in the window. Striking, aren't I?
Gee, I gotta go now.
No. Just trying to just stop him.
What a pretty pussycat. Yipe. Where am I gonna put it? Where am I gonna put it?
Yeah, so the solution to this was, what was it?
Sounds like the cat's caught a moose up there.
Because you have the bed and then you have the mattress itself. And that was the other thing that was confusing about this.
Cats dig these.
Get me down from here!
Well, you know, I remember we would deliver a piece of music, and of course it's comprised mostly of MIDI note events, which is just a tiny little piece of data within the MIDI stream. Note on, and it happens at this velocity on this channel to this instrument and whatever. And I would deliver a piece of music, and the programmer would turn to me and say, Clint, this is over 32K.
Yeah, it's huge.
32 kilobytes. 32 kilobytes. You got to cut this thing down.
Who do you think you are, Mozart?
Yeah. He said, we can't take anything bigger for this scene than 24 kilobytes. So I'd go back and thin the percussion. I'd sometimes have to cut a whole section of the music out to get it down
Well,
to 20.
sometimes there was pushback though too, because we'd say, all right, look, 10%, we get 10%. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember the pushback.
Yeah.
I don't remember these technical discussions about the size of the music files.
Oh yeah.
Literally, and I remember specifically 32K was often too big.
That's why the iMuse system got called the iMuse system, because it was originally called the sound drivers, and then everybody got all upset that because drivers can't occupy a whole floppy disk or whatever it was that the system occupied.
Huh.
Hi, horsey.
Oh, hi yourself.
What's a nice horse like you doing in a place like this?
Hey, I live here. What are you doing here?
Is this some kind of a trick?
I don't do magic. I'm just a horse.
I didn't think horses could talk.
Maybe they just never had anything to say to you. Ever think of that?
You mean horses have been snubbing me my whole life?
Well, if you want to put it that way.
Nice teeth.
Thanks. I paid quite a bit for them.
Did I mention how great your teeth look?
Thanks again.
I'm trying to get back to the future and save the world.
The future, huh? And I thought that Franklin guy was off his nut.
Well, I gotta go.
See you later.
Yeah, I was dabbling in MIDI files myself the other day. Anyone who caught the King's Quest stream?
Hi. Hi there. Still trying to get back to the future?
Laughed at by a horse. Whoa. It looks like someone's dentures were in here.
Hey, I've got to put them somewhere.
All right. So now that I know what to do.
Ahem. The LALR compiler is constructed by the following method. First, develop a rigorous elective grammar. If the elements have NP completeness, the crunchy factor can be ignored. Blah, 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 blah. Whoa. Yoo-hoo. A horse is a horse, of course. These are almost as gross as my friend Eddie's teeth, and he eats raw sewage on stage. These are almost as gross as my friend Eddie's teeth, and he eats raw sewage on stage. Question is, which one's stuffed and which one's the real McCoy?
I assure you that we are both real, but we are neither one of us McCoys. We are Edisons, Ned and Jed.
Who's who?
Does it really matter? Even our dear father can't tell us apart. He only knows that one of us is left-handed while the other is right, but that neither of us are following in his tiny scientific footsteps. Hold still, Jed. So, I'm almost too frightened to ask, are you the marble delivery man? Or the model?
I think I said this last time.
I'm the delivery man, okay, if I unload in here?
Actually, we are well supplied with medium, so thank you, no.
Oh, okay.
I'm the model. Should I take my clothes off now?
No. No, you most definitely should not. We couldn't get your body shape right anyway, unless we cemented 2 slabs of marble together. But then your statue would have a big seam in it.
That's okay. It would have one anyway.
Look, don't call us. We'll call you.
Dang. I'm no marble delivery man, but rock is my life.
I'm sure that's terribly amusing, where you're from. Where exactly did you come from?
I can't really remember. I'm on the road a lot.
Ah, the road. Wait a second. What's that noise? I believe it's the road calling your name right now.
Ouch.
Sorry, hope I haven't jostled you.
Too late.
Chateau de Cheapo, 1775.
Oh, I think I know that. I think I remember how to solve this.
Here I am, don't get your carols in an uproar. Excuse me, Mr. Washington.
Hey, lady.
Yes, Mr. Washington?
Don't you have any cleaning supplies?
Like most maids, I keep them on me cart, in the hall.
My name's not Washington, it's Hoagie.
That's funny, Mr. Washington. Imagine being named after a sandwich.
No, really, I'm not Washington.
You're George Washington, occupation founding father. It says so in the register.
This isn't my room.
Well, you certainly messed it up as though it were. It's no use trying to fool me, Mr. Washington.
You're right, I am Washington.
I knew it.
I'll let you get back to your work.
Yes, there's lots to be done.
She's a...
All done here. Bye now. Here I am, don't get your carols in an uproar. Excuse me, Mr. Washington.
Bitchin'.
No.
She's a cleaning dynamo. No
All done here. Bye now.
Dang it. I clicked on her when I didn't mean to, and I
Here I am,
didn't
don't
click
get
on
your
her when I
carols
meant
in an
to.
uproar. Excuse me, Mr. Washington.
No.
All done here. Bye now.
Hold on.
Here I am, don't get your carols in an uproar. Excuse me, Mr. Washington.
No chance.
Don't touch that. I'm trying to straighten up. All done here. Bye now. Here I am, don't get your carols in an uproar. Excuse me, Mr. Washington.
Old-fashioned lie in a new, more convenient size.
Oh, ha! Get away from that. It's a good thing I finished in there quickly. Now scram. They just don't make founding fathers like they used to.
He's chased all the way down the hall, down the stairs.
It's all rumpled up.
Here I am, don't get your carols in an uproar. Excuse me, Mr. Washington. Boy, what a mess.
No way, I'd be busted for sure.
Does she finish when I'm standing out here?
The water's all sudsy now. Excuse me. Yes? I've been thinking about what you said about cherry trees. Pondering the great truths, eh? Well, I bet you've lost it. You couldn't cut down a tree to save your grandmother. Lost it, have I? Why, I'd show you a thing or two if there were a cherry tree nearby. But as you can see, there isn't. I only cut down cherry trees. Family tradition, you understand, cherries only. There's nothing out there but cedar and kumquats.
Wasn't it like the opposite? I don't remember the story. Like you're supposed to not, but then he did according to the legend. I don't know.
Ding, 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 ding.
Oh.
This is that we talked about a little bit one day.
How did we?
I'm trying to remember how we did.
How we referred to it to score it, because we would have had to play the game.
I think what we did, yeah, I'm trying to
Yeah,
remember.
this is when I didn't
Hold up a
understand.
video camera in front of
I
the
think
screen.
I think what we did was we got a save game made, and we would play it to the next, like, place where you could pause.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yes? Now what are you looking at out there? There are two sides to everything. You know that, my boy? Is it victimless crimes? What do you think? Is my left side better or my right? Gee, I gotta go now.
No.
Excuse me. Yes? I've been thinking about what you said about cherry trees. Pondering the great truths, eh? Well, I bet you've lost it. You couldn't cut down a tree to save your grandmother. Lost it, have I? Why, I'd show you a thing or two if there were a cherry tree nearby. But as you can see, there... Oh, well, what do you know? There is a cherry tree out there. Well, let's go chop the sucker down.
I said come down from there at once!
Try to understand. I'm stuck in this.
Oof. Voila! You're quite a man. Yes, I know. Salad oil. You're brilliant. What a novel design. Come to Baltimore at once. I waited, but she never picked it up. I hope she's okay.
Oh, right. Have to do that in a little bit. I think I can do this now.
Out of here! I haven't done anything.
Well, you must have done something or you wouldn't be here now, would you? You'd be out in the lobby with your tentacle owner, getting dressed up for the human show.
Owner? No one owns me.
Gosh, no owner, you say? Well, don't worry about it. I'm sure someone will come adopt you before we have to put you to sleep.
Damn that Dr. Fred.
Hey, she knows the Edison family motto.
I think they're both cheating.
I like how this family, through time, just replaces each member with the exact same member. There's one mad scientist, there's one freaky son, and there's one red-haired lady. They all just give birth to someone who looks just like them? Or are they clones?
Or do the Eds grow up into Freds?
And they switch?
And they shrink.
Okay.
They shrink as they get old.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It could be that it's offset by a generation, right? So a small Fred will father a larger Ed, and then the larger Ed will father a smaller Fred once again. And we're just looking at the even-numbered generations. It's the weirdest run.
Hey, they can cheat, you can't.
Dr. Fred, is that you?
What? You're nuts. There hasn't been a Fred in the Edison family for 200 years. The last Fred was such a shame to the whole family, not to mention the whole human race.
Where am I?
You're in the ancestral home of the once proud Edison family. We were once the masters of this house, just as humans were once the masters of Earth. Now we are the servants, the pets.
And not very good at either one, I might add.
Oh, get bent, you overdressed nightcrawler.
How do I get out of here?
If I knew that, do you think I'd be here?
Well, who are you then?
I'm Zed Edison. That's my wife Zedna, and my son Zed.
Nice to meet you. What's this about a human show?
It's a degrading farce. That's what it is. These slimy tentacles put humans in humiliating little costumes, do sickening things to their hair, and then force them to parade their ridiculous talents in front of unqualified judges who are paid off weeks in advance.
Didn't get in, eh?
They said macrame wasn't a talent. Pointy-headed goons.
I heard that.
I'm tired of talking now. It's been a long day, and I'm only human.
I can't get to the Chronogon from here. Yoo-hoo, Mr. Tentacle Guy.
What?
Get me out of here! This is a violation of my rights.
Rights? You're a human. You don't have any rights.
I don't feel so good. I think I'm going to throw up all over.
Uh-oh. Time to visit Dr. Tentacle.
Well, well, what have we here?
I feel pukey.
Indeed. All right, now hold still.
Are you gonna use your scalpel?
No, of course not.
Darn. Do you want to use mine?
No.
What? What?
Just as I suspected.
What?
There's nothing wrong with you, human.
What a letdown.
Well, I'm late for the show. I'll send your keeper back for you. Oh. Sit. Stay. Good boy.
I still don't understand how they can eat through a sucker. They've got the spleen mixed up with the liver. Oh, I've got plenty of those at home.
She is absolutely deranged.
Hold it. Humans aren't allowed to roam free here. I'm taking you back to the kennel.
I wish I had some sort of tentacle disguise. Yoo-hoo, Mr. Tentacle Guy.
What?
Ooh, I don't feel so good.
Again?
Just throw you in there with no doctor.
Ooh, blue tentacle. I forgot there's different colors.
Blue tentacle.
Which raises the question, purple tentacle went off and kind of like, who did he mate with to create
Obviously. Wait a second.
No, that would be blue and...
Yeah, blue and red. His parents must have been... But his brother is
well, you know,
green.
it's like a dominant recessive gene kind of thing. You know, like it's if you have the blue eyes, but you could still have brown eyes. You could still have the blue-eyed gene. You could have the blue if you're purple. You know.
Hey, how'd you get out? Get back in there. I wish Dr. Tentacle would stop losing patience.
Yoo-hoo, Mr. Tentacle Guy.
What?
I have to go to the bathroom.
Ha, that's a good one. Imagine a human using a bathroom. Come on, let's take a walk. Okay, human, do your business.
The reason for the way Day of the Tentacle looks is because of Monkey Island 2 and how it translated and how technology back then just mutilated my illustrations. And so for the next round, I knew to overcome that challenge was to simplify the backgrounds, so then I could eliminate most of those floating pixels.
All the noise,
Right? All the noise. So it was a lot of work because once I scanned it in, I had to clean it all up. So I chose this very like paper cutout kind of simple backgrounds just to make it look like it was supposed to be this way, that it was supposed to be clean.
And didn't you also scan them in black and white and paint them in deep paint? Like, I don't think you colorized them before you
No,
scanned them.
I did. These are all markers.
right?
These are all markers.
But didn't you pump the
I pumped up the palettes. Yeah, so out of
the wall is completely, like, it's one color of gray right back
it was
there.
all like 100 colors of gray, and I would just pick one of them to represent that wall.
Oh, so I always tell
I
people you
cleaned it
scanned
all
them
up.
in black and white.
Nope.
That's a big
It
lie.
was all- that's
a
a
big
big
lie.
lie.
Everybody, that's a big lie.
So this is all markers, yeah.
And I don't want to be
And I had to
critical,
clean it
Peter,
up.
but I have a feeling some of your vanishing points don't line up.
Yeah, and that, again, thank you. Again, that was a challenge for me because I love perspective and proper perspective. And so for this game, definitely learning how to let go and go outside my comfort zone. Right, how to be wrong on purpose.
It's like you
was
love
a challenge
perspective
for
so
me.
much, there's 5 different
Oh,
perspectives.
I was fighting myself every day just doing this. But, you know, I knew, in the end it was going to be okay because that was what we chose to do together.
I want to say the scalpel goes here.
Ye olde outhouses.
Just about done with this. Then I'm grabbing the latest flag design and sewing it up. Then it's bye-bye, Betsy. I told you guys I'll get to the flag next. I'm working as fast as I can.
Hey, so when you guys write those multi-branching scripts, I guess you call
Dialogue
them,
trees?
is that what you call them, dialogue trees?
Yeah.
Was it, did you have to think in a certain mode, or how would you do that? How would you notate it in Excel or something? Like, how would you map out the branches?
No, it was you would write it in code. We were programming the game at the same time.
You would scum
so you would
program the
just-
dialogue as you wrote.
Oh my God.
You would literally say, here are the choices. If you pick this one, jump down there. If you pick this one, jump down there.
I don't know how Dave wrote it, but I just kind of improv it. Like, you'd write, I wouldn't think or plan too much about it, but okay, you just talk to him, and then what would be 4 funny lines on the screen, and then kind of explore one, explore the other, and maybe have other nodes that you can go to, and then I would start planning. Okay, now I've got myself into a mess. How do I get out of here?
Yeah,
And
it's
the
kind
planning
of
would
all
begin.
about sets of lines. And it was great because one of the things that you run up against as a writer usually in other media is I get to this point and I have to make a decision about how things go. But here we can just leave that up to the player, and all you have to do is get to a point and go, well, what are all the interesting things I might want to do here or say here? And then you just put them all in.
So it's
Easy as pie.
pre-editing.
And I remember you would always design a dead end, like where the train comes to the end of the line. Basically, it's like you say something and then he just keeps giving you the same answer, like, I wouldn't know about that. And then you try something else, oh, I wouldn't know about that. It's like, okay, I guess I've exhausted this. It's sort of like almost like a stopgap or a safety net in a way, maybe. I don't know.
They always try and let the player know when they've exhausted the character. They're like, look, okay, you found it. You found all of the entertainment we put in this character. It's done.
Because people will explore as deep as you give them. It becomes a responsibility. Oh, I've got to see if there's something down there that I'm missing. So I have to. So you don't want to do
Yeah, it's
Make
an
it too
interesting thing
huge.
to, like a thing to attention you have to wrestle with is like, you want to put a lot of, well, the player might go here, they might go here, they might choose this, might go choose, let's put interesting stuff in all those places. But then if you approach it in the wrong way, sometimes the player gets there and they're like, oh God, I've got to go through all of this stuff. And they feel like they need to find every nook and cranny of the dialogue. And you just put it in there so they'd have a variety of things to choose from, but they feel like it's a task list and they have to like find it all. And so you...
Or something's buried there that they missed.
Yeah.
I've got another design change for the flag.
I knew it. What's the current brainstorm from our fickle founding fathers?
How about a skull with like scorpions in its mouth?
Oh, what the heck. At this point, I'd do anything just to have it over with. Put the pattern on the table, and I'll look at it when I'm done with this job.
The guys downstairs say they want a big family crest, and in the four corners they want a keg, some babes, a guitar, and some drumsticks. And underneath it all put America Rocks.
Just put the plans on the table, and I'll get to it.
That'd make a killer t-shirt. I like these.
Too late. You've already rejected those.
Stars and stripes, dull, dull, dull.
Hey, don't criticize unless you got a better idea.
Yoo-hoo, Mr. Tentacle Guy.
It's about time.
Yoo-hoo, Mr. Tentacle Guy.
What?
Ooh, I don't feel so good.
Again?
Hi, I'm
Ooh-wee, you are one ugly human.
Excuse me?
Man, I'm not kidding. You are just about the homeliest Homo sapien I've ever seen.
Thanks. You ain't so hot yourself.
I never said I was, but sheesh, have you taken a look at yourself lately? I mean, your hair alone is gonna give me nightmares. Not to mention your teeth, your clothes, your one eye that's bigger than the other.
Gee, how much worse could I get?
Not much, unless there were two of you.
Where I come from, I happen to be quite the babe.
You mean the kennel? That doesn't say much. Everyone in there is a human show reject.
Human show? Hot dang, sign me up.
Sorry, humans can't sign themselves up, no matter how ugly they are. Go ask your owner to sign you up. Ask him to sign you up for a haircut while they're at it.
He looks a lot like my Uncle Reggie. just the regular old flag.
Oh, no.
I waited, but she never picked it up. Hope she's okay.
Oh, so you have to go back and...
Ultra modern design.
Hey, how'd you get out? Get back in there. Don't escape again.
Yoo-hoo, Mr. Tentacle Guy.
What?
Should have done this earlier
I have to
when
go
she was
to
by
the
the Chronojon.
bathroom.
Oh, all right. Come on, let's take a walk. Okay, human, do your business.
Yoo-hoo, Mr. Tentacle Guy.
It's about time.
Actually, what happens?
Yoo-hoo, Mr. Tentacle Guy.
What?
I have to go to the bathroom.
Oh, all right. Come on, let's take a walk. Okay, human, do your business.
Yoo-hoo, Mr. Tentacle Guy.
It's about time.
She opens it and then calls him over, whatever.
Yoo-hoo, Mr. Tentacle Guy.
What?
Ooh, I don't feel so good.
Again?
No way could I reach that. One size fits all. One size fits all. That's where they're having the human show. There's no way to open it. Why would I want to get through there anyway? It's a 2-story drop to the showroom floor. Hello, I'm a tentacle. I'd like to enter my insignificant human in the show.
Oh my, yes, of course. Take these tags and put them on your human and have them wait on the bench in the lobby. Entrance will be judged in 3 categories: best smile, best hair, and best laugh.
Thank you, fellow tentacle. Unlike humans, you have been very useful.
Oh, thank you. Believe me, it was my pleasure.
Now all I need is a human.
Yowza! That was one good-looking tentacle.
Trying to remember. I don't remember how it all goes.
Hi, I'm Laverne.
Laverne, eh? Curious name for a tentacle, I must say. Are you here for the show?
Show? No, I'm not here for the show.
No? Are you a human owner? If you are, perhaps you should consider entering. There are some jolly good prizes to be won. Why, the grand prize is a dinner for two at Club Tentacle.
Has anyone ever escaped from this place?
Some try once in a while, but I always fetch them back. That's my primary duty here, and I take it very seriously. I always get my man, no matter how long it takes. Why, I once trailed a renegade human for 6 days. He led me clear through the hills and up to the top of those mountains to the west. You couldn't possibly imagine the horrible things I had to eat to survive.
Pieces of your own body?
Good heavens!
You're quite a tracker, aren't you?
Rather. I always get my man, no matter how long it takes.
Nice clock.
Yes, it's a valuable antique. I'd like to show it to you, but I'm presently charged with the task of guarding it. No one will get near it while I'm here.
Couldn't I please touch the clock?
Sorry, no. No one touches the clock while I'm on duty.
Aren't you curious about what's inside the clock?
Not really. Guarding it is more or less the same, no matter what's inside.
Well, be seeing you.
Yes, perhaps I could regale you with further tales of my tracking expertise.
Hi, my name's Laverne. I'm a sophomore.
My name's Harold. I'm a thoroughbred.
What are you, guys waiting for?
We're all waiting for the human show to begin, of course. If you have a human you want to enter, you'd better get it down here. But then again, why bother? My owner says I'm going to win. I'm the most beautiful human there is.
That's quite a tutu you've got there.
Thank you. My owner paid quite a lot of money for it. My owner buys me anything I want.
Where is your owner?
He's not here right now. But he would be if he in any way possibly could. His bus broke down in Pittsburgh, so he's stuck there with the other owners. This is the first show I've ever done alone.
Is your hair naturally blue?
Natural? Oh gosh, this took several very expensive sessions at a posh grooming salon. I've got the hair competition in the bag.
Well then, good luck.
Who needs luck when you've got beauty?
Hello, Spencer.
This 400-year-old clock is an amusing example of primitive human timekeeping. Stupid Tentacle.
Did you do all the backgrounds yourself? Did you
Yeah,
have any
on this
secondary
one,
help?
No secondary help on this one. It was challenging because it was. I remember to accomplish the assignments on time. I remember I had to do the roughs in a day, and then walk it across the parking lot, have you guys check in, and then I did the next day I did a marker illustration of it, and then the following day was to scan it and then fix the illustration after it was scanned. So I try to get a room done like every 4 days, just to stay on schedule.
Nope. I beat it for the first time a week ago. So now I'm just playing it again. This is my second time through the game.
Nobody I know.
My grandma had one like that. She looks busy.
Yeah, and then it turns out that you don't have to do that. Or at least this version you don't have to. Did you have to do that in the original? Yeah, see, that's one of the advantages of streaming, because somebody just told me that as long as they have access to the Chronojon, you can just... Yeah, you can just do that. They said, I could save you time. They just didn't want to watch me, because I thought you did have to walk back.
Thank you. This is exactly the sort of thing I need for the time capsule. I'll bury it tonight, and it won't be seen for hundreds of years. Future generations are in your debt.
Whoa.
Sorry, I'm saving it. It's going to be a famous log.
Yo, Tom.
Thomas.
How can you let Hancock suffer like that?
A real man is warmed by the fires of his spirit. You should listen to Washington relate his experiences at Valley Forge and take heed.
So, how's the time capsule going?
Very well. Now that you've provided that fine recent vintage wine, I plan to bury it this evening.
Crap.
How goes the framing of the Constitution?
Great. George's suggestion about the vacuum cleaners really got the old creative juices flowing. In a few minutes, Washington's going to present his proposal to split the government into 8 branches: executive, judicial, legislative, bronchial, atypical, Freudian, elliptical, and extra crispy.
I hope they've got a good editor. Well, later, dude.
What? What's going to happen later?
Could you use these? No thanks. I already have some false teeth. I'll use the Chronojon.
Hey, Dr. Fred. We have to do something.
What do you suggest, college boy? No diamond for the central unit, no power for the chronogens. A mutant monster of my own creation, roaming the countryside, taking over the world. It's a dark day for mad science.
How about catching Purple Tentacle?
He's long gone, probably taking over the world as we speak. Soon we'll all be speaking, well, English, I guess.
Why can't we just fix the time machine?
It needs a whole new diamond. Now, where am I going to get the money?
Hey, I know. Let's put on a show in the old barn.
Do you realize how much a diamond costs?
2 months of the groom's salary?
$2 million!
So, you've got money, don't you?
Well, I didn't get all the money I expected from that TV show about us. We had to rent out our mansion as a hotel just to make ends meet. If only I had signed that contract in time.
What TV show about you?
Well, after that incident when I was possessed by a meteor from outer space, somebody decided to make a show about us, but they didn't pay us anything. All we got was a cut of the video game.
Wow, that thing made millions.
Yes, I forgot to sign the royalty contract in time, though. I still have it in my safe upstairs.
You're going to get really chafed hands doing that.
Sorry, coffee jitters.
Maybe you should switch to decaf.
No, then I'd fall asleep and the dreams would come.
How's the mad scientist biz?
Not too lucrative lately. We're living mostly on the income from renting out our mansion. That and Edna's tips from her exotic dancing.
Oh, dear.
Let's go get the contract out of the safe and sign it.
I forgot the combination.
But that's so stupid, Dr. Fred.
I know. It gives my enormous brain nightmares. Every night I dream about opening the safe, but I find something horrible inside and slam it shut. Over and over again, night after night.
Is that why you drink so much coffee?
I haven't slept in 2 years.
Can you get paid for that world record?
We have to do something.
Yes, we have to get a new diamond.
What if we unpollute the river?
I could just shut off my sludge-o-matic machine, but it's too late.
You have a machine whose sole function is producing toxic waste?
You can't have a high-tech laboratory like this and not spew poisonous filth. All the other mad scientists would laugh.
Isn't there anything we can do?
Go diamond shopping. Call me when you get a diamond.
World's greatest mad scientist.
Get away from that. Thanks. I needed a little pick-me-up. Now that's good coffee.
Do I want to do this now? I guess I could do this now.
Thanks. I needed a little pick-me-up. Must open safe. Must sign contract. Must provide for family.
I guess not too many birds bathe in the evening. Hey, Ted. Boy, I wish I had as little on my mind as you do. No offense intended, of course. Well, I'd best be on about saving the world. I've heard it's not too good to disturb a sleepwalker. He almost took my hand off with the door. Always make sure they get your good side. It's Dr. Fred's desk.
Hold on a second. Did I play this one?
So now, the CD games were just starting to be released on CD.
Yeah, I did.
And
The first,
for us it was.
Yeah, when they're talking about Mist.
First,
yeah.
Hey.
What is it this time?
What are you doing?
I'm working on a new battery with an incredible storage capacity.
I think I'll be moseying along now.
Well, don't mosey over anything breakable on your way out.
I don't wanna. Just looks like a regular hammer to me, but then I'm no scientist.
Say, that's a left-handed hammer, you know. I invented it myself. It was for my ungrateful slob of a left-handed son. Oh, well.
That's what I was missing.
Sorry, hope I haven't jostled you.
Too late.
It must be Nad's. Or is it Jad's?
Please give me back my hammer. Please give me back my hammer. Please give me back my hammer. Please give me back my hammer.
Trying to look at the barrel.
Please give me back my hammer.
I just noticed this look. I've never looked at the word look before.
Please give me back my hammer.
Hey, cat.
Oh no! I've lost it! Oh, where hath gone the muse that once guided my hand with such care? Must inspiration be so transitory? Must art be so cruel? I'm a failure. Don't say that, Ned. Father was right. We Edisons are made to be scientists, not artists. Dear brother, we must be strong in these times of creative adversity. Why don't you let me take over for a while? I'll clean this rubble up and start over. You relax. Have a cappuccino.
He just pulls it out of his pocket.
I'm glad we switched places. I think you're coming out quite well.
Sorry, hope I haven't jostled you.
Too late.
So Jed is the left-handed one?
Wow, doesn't even blink.
Please do not perturb my model.
It's Ned or Jad's head.
That buzzing fluorescent light makes the beef jerky look especially attractive. That buzzing fluorescent light makes the beef jerky look... I don't think I can pick that up. Except for those beef squigglies, I got everything I want out of there. $19.52.
There it is.
So there was I did actual math for how much money should be in that pile of quarters to make this thing run.
That's Dave. He would actually calculate how many to run for how many years? For 200 years?
$800,000 or something. Yeah, 200 years to the minute.
And I'm glad you did that, because someone else on the internet would have done it and said we used the wrong number if we didn't do that.
That's exactly what we did in the last 3.
$1968. 1974. Oh, 1977. I figure this is about $876,600 worth of quarters.
Yes, right here. Look at the camera, Cat. It's right here. He's just too short. He can't, when he sits on the desk, you can't quite see him. What else is I gonna do? Oh, I can do this. Oh, wait a minute. I have the crowbar, so I can get the other dime too. I remember getting stuck on what that was. I tried all kinds of. I tried coffee as a corrosive substance. I kind of like that solution better, but that's what it is. Because before.
Spearmint, my favorite. $19.52. A little sticky, but still worth 10 cents.
But what year is it?
Up too late? Try a fickle finger's fate. Stick in a dime and you'll have a good time. My grandma gave me one like this for my birthday. Ew, it's soaking wet.
This beautiful 4,000-carat diamond can be yours today for the special rock-bottom introductory price of $2 million. The number to call is 1-800-STAR-WARS. Don't miss this amazing once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
All right. I'm going to take a brief break. I will be right back. Okay, I am finally back.
Hi there. I'd rather not. Hey, there's a letter here for you.
For me? Probably another rejection slip. Oh well. You're brilliant. What a novel design. Come to Baltimore at once.
It's just so sad. That's sadder than anything else about that guy because it's totally fake.
pull the trigger, a humorous flag is propelled out of the barrel on a stick and unfurls. When you pull the trigger, a humorous flag is propelled out of the barrel on a stick and unfurls.
It says bang. It says bang.
Just curious what they say about it.
This is one of those novelty guns.
I don't think there's anything to do in there.
Neat! Hey, want to see a neat trick?
Sure.
Neat, huh?
My Pony Express stamps. You ruined my Pony Express stamps. Not to mention 5 years of therapy. Get out of my room.
Jeez, what a grump. He should really try to find some outlet for those...
It was his outlet.
negative feelings. A 1778 Pony Express General Delivery stamp. Not too valuable, but it is uncancelled.
See, I still have 44. Like, I haven't gotten a single achievement today. I don't know what, I don't know how to get these others. What was that? Oh. I guess I can look it up, but
It looks like all the ink's disappeared now. It looks like all the ink's disappeared now.
Get out of here. Hey, leave the rest of my stuff alone and get out of here. Get out of here.
Hi, Ed.
Don't push it, man. Don't make me do something I'll regret.
Hi, Ed.
Don't push it, man. Don't make me do something I'll regret. Hey, you fixed it. I guess I can forgive you now.
Sometimes I do stupid stuff and I don't even know why. As if my body were being controlled by some demented, sadistic puppet master.
Well, we all feel that way sometimes.
Hi, Lauren.
Well, hope I didn't get you too excited. Bye.
Peace be with you.
A 1778 Pony Express General Delivery stamp. Not too valuable, but it is uncancelled.
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Well, you know what they say. If you want to save the world, you gotta push a few old ladies down the stairs.
And look at this amazing fisheye lens effect you guys did. How did you achieve? You must have used some sort of high-end warping software. And I remember that monitor used to say phony on it. I think when Peter drew it, it said F-O-N-Y. Yes. But we had to take that out, I guess.
That VHS tape.
For legal reasons, which means you'll have to edit the comments out of this too?
We're not going to use any of this one.
We're not going to use any of this. You can't, it can't be legal reasons to spoof. Like, it's one thing when it's an actual brand, and it's another thing to knock off someone's brand. But this is a spoof where you're not actually using the name, and you're not claiming to be them, right? Like a Polex watch or something. So you found your Subnautica replacement, huh?
There's no tape in the machine.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay, so be square is stop and circle is record, but the red should go on the record, so.
Dr. Fred Edison, Internal Revenue. Come with us. We'd like to go over some of your records with you. Upstairs. Dr. Fred Edison, Internal Revenue. Come with us. We'd like to go over some of your records with you. Upstairs.
Well, I didn't this week because I was doing something else. I haven't changed the rule.
The tape's at the end.
Dr. Fred Edison, Internal Revenue. Come with us.
Creepy. Ooh, baby, what a man. Ooh, baby, what a man. Ooh, baby, what a man.
Something funny in that audio file. I'm in charge here. Hey, Matthew. All right, I guess we got the evening crowd showing up. I don't know. Chat's been really quiet today. I knew Mostap wouldn't be here, but there hasn't been too many other people.
What did you say your wife's name was again? Sandy. Oh, yeah. I can't believe what a mess these records are. Is that a W390B frivolous spending report? No, it's another 561AB negative attention statement. Ah. Good thing we've got Dr. Fred under wraps in the next room, huh? All that red tape ought to keep him busy. Is that a W390B frivolous spending report? No, it's another 561AB negative attention statement. Ah. What did you say your wife's name was again?
Hi, Misty.
Sandy. Oh, yeah. Is that a W390B frivolous spending report? No, it's another 561AB negative attention statement. Ah. What did you say your wife's name was again? Sandy.
No, I mean I usually record my streams to my hard drive, but I don't have a hard drive backup copy of that stream.
Insufficient credit applications form. You have until midnight on the 12th working day past the first full moon after the end of your fiscal year.
So when it came time to hand the script over, because when you wrote that dialogue for the floppy version, you didn't know or plan for those lines to go in front of live actors. In front of a microphone.
No, especially not this, like the first game, no.
So how was that all done? Exported? But I bet you Eric Wilmunder was
Yeah,
involved.
I think Eric went and wrote a script that would go through and would rip it out and replace it with a code and export a script for the voice department to take. Nowadays, we start with the voice database. So we'll write something and then it'll go in the database first, and then the programs will pull from the database to implement the dialogue.
I've noticed that they seem to do well with the man on first after a fly ball.
Oh, hello.
Lieutenant wearing a green hat.
So that's why.
Fascinating. Good thing we've got Dr.
So that's
Fred
why
under
chat
wraps
was
in the
quiet.
next
Your
room.
internet died.
So when it came
I want to
time
hear this again.
to hand the script over, because when you wrote that dialogue for the floppy version, you didn't know or plan for those lines to go in front of live actors, in front of a microphone.
No, especially not this, like the first game, no.
So how was that all done? Exported? But I bet you Eric Wilmunder was
Yeah, I
involved.
think Eric went and wrote a script that would go through and would rip it out and replace it with a code and export a script for the voice department to take. Nowadays, we start with the voice database. So we'll write something and then it'll go in the database first, and then the programs will pull from the database to implement the dialogue.
Have a PP41
Yes.
facilities paraphernalia declaration over there? Nope.
Okay. To comment on what they were saying, I can't have the IRS guys talking in the background. But well, now we have this. Whatever. They were saying in the another one how they were actually writing the words in the code, which is it's funny to me how much in a lot of these old classic games you learn about these kind of bad programming practices going on. In this case, they refactored it. They had to for adding the voice. That was interesting. I've been I can do another King's Quest 6 stream. I've got a ton of work to do on that game. I remember I had the mystery sounds. I've been going over that game. I think I had like 85 mystery sounds. I have it down to 5. There are 5 sounds in the game that I have not determined what they're for.
This beautiful 4,000 carat diamond can be yours today for the special rock box.
I can't believe what a mess these records are. What is it?
What have you done with Dr. Fred?
We've got him safely locked in the next room while we go over his books. No, you can't go in and see him. And don't even think about staging some kind of rescue.
Are you guys brothers?
At the IRS, we're all brothers.
Who's your tailor?
Very funny.
I'll just be moseying along.
Keep your nose clean, kid. Good thing we've got Dr. Fred under wraps in the next room, huh? All that red tape ought to keep him busy. I can't believe what a mess these records are. Good thing we've got Dr. Fred under wraps in the next room, huh? All that red tape ought to keep him busy. Hey, you can't go in there. Did you say you have a PP-41 facilities paraphernalia declaration over there?
Well, in this case, it was just... I mean, you should have a database whether you're gonna have voices or not. So that was just bad programming. Peace be with you. I actually got plenty to do here as Bernard.
The safe is closed. Let's see, it's 101-999-57. The party of the first part shall hereby be known as a crazed maniacal genius. The voice of Uzo in a box. Maybe I got a little carried away.
Maybe you did, kid.
Hi there.
What can I do for you, kid?
Has anyone ever told you you look like Don Quixote?
That's strange. My wife says I look like Charles de Gaulle. So, want another cigar?
Sorry, my mom told me never to smoke.
Well, suit yourself, boy.
I'd have to work on the lisp. Wait a minute. There it is.
When you pull the trigger, a humorous flag is propelled out of the barrel on a stick and unfurls.
Hands off, boy! That's a precision-made novelty device.
Hey, isn't that Albert Einstein?
Huh? I don't see anything.
Oh, never mind. It looks almost real. Hi there.
What can I do for you, kid?
Nice cigars.
I roll them myself. So, want another cigar?
Okay, but only if you promise not to light it this time.
Would I do a thing like that? I don't get it. Get lost, kid.
All right, so we got that one. He didn't want to talk to me anymore. I'd be a subject of our whoosh all the time.
Almost as dangerous as the real thing. There's nothing in there to dry. My grandma gave me one like this for my birthday. Whew. It's sort of hypnotic. You put quarters into the dryer there. It's sort of hypnotic. It'll be running quite a while. I put a lot of quarters in it.
Yeah, I think I'm a little stuck here for now. I should be maybe up here.
I can see Dr. Fred in there. Seems to have a high tensile strength.
Simple enough.
Dr. Fred must still be asleep.
There was a nice red tape joke. He's busy with all that red tape.
There's some IRS guys in the next room. Not with those IRS guys hanging around.
No, the game did that earlier. The IRS guys were saying that he's busy with the red tape.
Dr. Fred must still be asleep. Seems to have a high tensile strength. Nah.
What? You don't tie this to the bed?
Nah. The weave is quite fascinating. Actually, a reverse double overlap which makes for phenomenal strength. I don't think I can pick that up.
No, pick this up.
What for?
Maybe I have to deal with the other side first. Don't I need something from one of the other characters? Let me think. Maybe not.
Hey, Ted. Boy, I wish I had as little on my mind as you do. Oh, well. Well, I'd best be on about saving the world. I don't think I can pick that up. What for?
Hey, did you hear something?
I don't think that will do much good from here. I hope he's comfortable.
Thought I heard something. Everything okay in there? Well, try and keep it down, okay?
Nah, I'm not going to make that mistake again.
Didn't I?
Oof. Dr. Fred, are you okay? Dr. Fred?
He's as limp as
I'd
he was
better get
before.
him to the lab. Well, I got him in here, but he's out cold. I don't think he'll be much of a conversationalist right now. I might slosh it all over his face. I'd rather not.
No?
I'd rather not. I don't think he'll be much of a conversationalist right now. He's still asleep. He's already unconscious. Decaf might kill him. But it's worth a try.
But it's worth a try.
You guys notice there's a face on that machine back there?
Oh, that is a special Chan thing. Faces on everything.
Oh, with the teeth on the bottom.
Faces on and the big red clown nose.
It's like Laverne eyes, one bigger than the other.
Oh, is this the same audio cue as the Purple Tentacle?
Yes.
I remember
one sound file.
working on that animation for like 2 weeks.
Damn good coffee. Is that a Twin Peaks reference? Was Twin Peaks? Did we cover this
Twin
before?
Peaks. Yep.
Were we actively thinking about Twin Peaks when we wrote that, I wonder?
Probably. I remember we would go to Ron Gilbert's apartment and watch Twin Peaks
yeah.
at around this time.
That's true. The only thing that bothered me was when that whole sequence was over and we went back to the in-game animation. Dr. Fred moved up a pixel. Oh, that stuff drives me crazy. Oh, I'm going to think about that tonight.
Can you fix that in the special edition?
He's a very satisfying hand wringing for just a few pixels.
Yeah, that's definitely something that would bother me too. Something shifts by a pixel. So the machine is a face, like teeth and eyes and something that I never saw? Is that what they're saying?
I got the contract for you to sign, Doctor.
Sorry, I don't like to sign things that I haven't read.
Oh, forget it. I'll get rid of Purple Tentacle myself.
Oh, yeah? How?
I offered Purple Tentacle a bribe and he took it.
Where did you get that kind of money?
I used one of your checks.
Brilliant! I'll just stop payment on it tomorrow.
Exactly. All I need now is your signature.
Well, good luck.
Yeah, it's a good puzzle because it's the correct answer is the dialogue option that looks like you're leaving the conversation. It had me.
The party of the first part shall hereby be known as a crazed maniacal genius. He already signed it.
What else does she need to do?
It's a dented old can. There's a plaque here about it. In commemoration of the Constitutional Convention, interred by Thomas Jefferson, A.D. 1790. Run over by a plow, AD 1795. Sorry about the dents.
Oh, right. I was going to send her that earlier, but I couldn't.
It looks almost real, almost as dangerous as the real thing.
By the way, that Ben Franklin piece of music combines the Day of the Tentacle theme with Yankee Doodle.
Right. Can you sing a little bit of that for us? Because I missed that.
So one goes dee da 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 da, and the other one goes da 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 da
Right.
da
Yeah.
da 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 da, and they go together.
Wait, so how do you put them together?
You just play them at the same time. Like
Oh, really?
oboe plays one and flute plays the other at the same
I
time.
want to get Clint and Peter to sing that together in
All right,
harmony.
ready?
Ready?
I'll do the tentacle.
Okay. Okay.
One.
Rhythm and key problems here coming. It just works.
That's pretty good.
It worked better than I thought it would. They had to sync up for a second there. Oh, I know you're gonna love the music stuff. As do I, of course. What are we doing? I remember. This is absolutely ridiculous that they have this as a puzzle in the game. Oh, before I get too distracted, before I forget, I want to.
You guys notice there's a face on that machine back there?
Oh, that is a special Chan thing. Faces on everything.
Oh, with the teeth on the
I don't know if I have to
Faces on
wait.
the
Can I
back.
skip it?
And
I
the
don't
big
know.
red clown nose.
There's this
like
achievement to never
Laverne eyes,
skip
one bigger than the
anything.
other.
I've probably already
Is
blown
this
it.
the same
I don't
audio
know.
cue as the purple tentacle?
Yes.
I
that
remember
one sound file.
working on that animation for like 2 weeks.
Damn good coffee. Is that a Twin Peaks reference? Was Twin Peaks? Did we cover this
Twin
before?
Peaks. Yep.
Were we actively thinking about Twin Peaks when we wrote that? I wonder.
Probably. I remember we would go to Ron Gilbert's apartment and watch
Twin
Twin
Peaks,
Peaks
yeah.
at around this time.
I like how they both say that.
That's true. The only thing that bothered me was when that whole sequence was over when we went back to the in-game animation. Dr. Fred moved up a pixel. Oh, that stuff drives me crazy. Oh, I'm gonna think about that tonight.
Can you fix that in the special edition?
He did a very satisfying hand wringing for just a few pixels.
No, this is backwards because you can't go through because they get damn IRS door and they never leave. Which is, you know, that's how the IRS works. They own you. This, I don't know if I heard this or not.
I had worked on Monkey 2, and I had learned to animate on that project. It's like, you're an artist, we need an animator. I had never animated.
You didn't know how to animate?
No, I just, they gave us the Muybridge frame-by-frame book. The first thing I worked on was the dog with the keys in his mouth.
That's crazy. I remember you coming on as an animator. We should have checked out references.
No, that was the deal. The awesome artists like Peter and Steve were the ones that got to paint the backgrounds. And you know, the second tier people like me, you're animators. Didn't matter if you'd ever animated. So they gave me the Muybridge book, and it had walking horses and dogs and whatever. I'm like, all right, I'll go figure it out. And then did a few of those things on Monkey. And then at that point, then I'm like, of course I can do everything now. What am I? You know?
But see, that was the same with me. I mean, I didn't have proper training either when I came on, and then because I was just studied illustration, but I didn't come from a film or a game background, and so I didn't know anything about layout. But coming in, and then there's Steve Purcell in the room, right? And then I had no knowledge of comic book artists at the time either, you know. And so having all, like Ken Macklin and having these guys around, Ian McKeag would just walk in and out of there, and I was like in awe of these people. And I thought, oh
yeah,
my
I talked
God.
to people about, like, that felt like grad school for me.
Yeah.
Because I had been thinking of going to grad school, and then I get this job, and like, I get paid to do it, and I get to learn from these guys.
Exactly.
That's great.
Okay, so now I'm gonna switch to this. Okay, this is the most ridiculous puzzle here.
Excuse me. Yes? Now what are you looking at out there? Something horrible is on the rise. Pollution? I think I'm getting a blemish. Cold enough for you? Cold? Why, you don't know the meaning of the word. I spent a winter at Valley Forge. Now that was cold. Why, my spit would freeze before it hit the ground. Cool. Extremely. That wouldn't be cool. Besides, he doesn't look very flammable. Excuse me. Yes? Mr. President, may I offer you an excellent smoke? Can you also provide me with a light? Sure. Well, in that case...
Oh no, a blemish.
Blast, I hate it when that happens. See if you can't find those for me, will you? There's a good lad. Excuse me. Yes? I think it's freezing in here, don't you? Freezing? Get out of here. Excuse me. Yes? You enunciate quite clearly for a man without his teeth. I've had a bit of practice. Martha frequently hides them from me as a joke. Gee, I gotta go now. Could you use these? Very kind, but those are much too large for me.
See, I didn't get to try that before.
Could you use these? Why, thank you, young man. Strange. I wonder if I should cut down on the coffee.
Hey, Tom, look! The father of our nation is cold. Better build a fire.
You're right. Huh? I guess you can have my log.
Me? Why should I build the fire? You build the fire.
I'm bothered by the smoke. You build the fire.
I'm bothered by your attitude. You build the fire.
No, you build the fire, Mr. Penmanship.
No, you build the fire, log lover.
No, you build the fire.
Log lover.
No, you build the fire.
You big baby.
You big baby.
Navajo, I think. Hi there.
Hello?
Feeling better now that there's a fire?
Much better, thank you. My teeth were grinding into a fine powder, and that blanket was really making me itch.
What's with the canary over the fireplace?
Oh, that's an early warning system. It's quite ingenious. The canary is trained to ring the bell madly the minute it smells smoke. Then we know the building's on fire, and we run like crazy.
Who thought of it?
It was invented by Red Edison, the owner of the inn.
Well, why doesn't the fire in the fireplace set it off?
I assume it's because all the smoke goes up and out the chimney.
Who feeds the canary?
Actually, no one does. It's a self-feeding canary. It's specially bred with some kind of nutrient-producing bacteria in its gizzard. It's quite a time saver. I expect everyone will have them in the future.
I see.
Amazing, isn't it?
I don't know how the energy sum works out there.
Nice painting of a turkey, dude.
I'm glad you think so. The choosing of the national bird is on our agenda for the convention.
And you want it to be the turkey?
Well, yes, but I'm afraid I may lose out. You see, there are two schools of thought on the matter. Ben Franklin and I are in favor of the turkey, whereas Jefferson and Washington, for some reason, want the eagle. But Franklin's always outside playing with his ridiculous toys instead of here where he belongs, so it becomes 2 against 1.
What's so great about the turkey?
They've helped us to survive since we set foot on this continent. They're symbolic of prosperity and the thanks we give for our lives here. Besides, they're kind of cute.
I'm glad that my national bird is not food.
What's wrong with the eagle?
Well, it's a bird of prey for one thing. I don't think that's an appropriate symbol for our country.
Softy.
Don't you guys have anything better to do?
Such as what?
Establish domestic freedoms?
Come on, this is important stuff.
I see.
Good.
Well, gotta go.
Goodbye.
What does that symbolize? Alarm clocks?
Hey, it's not a toy.
Chateau de Cheap, 1775. Chateau de Cheap, 1775.
We may have eroded in 400 years. Who knows?
Hello, my silent gauze-wrapped friend.
Pizza Oranges, they predated me and you being in the company. They used to invite all their friends and family over and play the game all night long and get a whole bunch of pizza. And an orgy was involved. The orgy part stopped before we came.
I think they stopped doing that,
Yeah.
because...
Those were fun, the pizza orgies. Because we were there anyway. We weren't going anywhere.
We weren't big on the whole work-life balance thing back then.
Yeah, and boy, the variety. I remember it was like 10 or 12 different types of pizzas, and they were each was stacked 4 high, and there's so much pizza and beer as well. We used to have beer and walk around from system to system and watch people playing the game and get into it, and it was a fun thing.
I just remember it probably would have been better to be behind that one-way glass, because I just would hover and want to...
Give hints.
No, go. Oh,
It's
I'm
hard
supposed
not to
say
give
anything.
hints.
I love being able to ask people questions, though. That was always like the best part of the
Yeah.
experience. Is like,
what are you trying to do?
Yeah, what are you trying to do right now? And they would explain it. I would go, oh,
that's not in our
okay, That's a
game."
good idea. We should put that in.
All right, I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back in 5 minutes. Okay. So let's just pretend all that was innocent fun, but not too innocent.
I'm concerned about the human show. Where am I going to find a human to enter? I really should go now. Call me sometime, okay? You're ready to go now.
Can you just do this straight away? I guess so.
Well, that's the spirit. Everyone's raring to go. Let's get this show on the road.
Ah, here it comes, my finest hour.
Great Scott! You're purple,
Yes?
Well, don't you just look good enough to eat?
What's that supposed to mean? You're not a human sympathizer, are you?
I think humans are the vilest creatures on the planet.
That's the spirit. You know, I'm working on a way to get rid of the humans once and for all.
See, if I leave, I don't know if I can get these
If
again.
you will excuse me, I've got something in the oven.
Anyone I know, eh? Ah.
Hi.
Huh? Oh, it's you.
Say, you look kind of familiar.
You were just in here a little while ago.
Are you the same purple tentacle who knew Dr. Fred?
Up on your ancient history, are you? Yes, I remember that insignificant insect.
So, what are you plotting?
I'm building a shrinking ray, which I can use to shrink those pesky humans out of my sight for good.
Now, you notice the tentacle chairs in the foreground there.
What is that?
Is that what those are?
Mm-hmm.
But what's the thing that looks like a plug going into the desk?
Yeah.
Is that like a
It's
power
like
thing or is that
a
a chair?
mouse.
They look like toilets, tentacle chairs.
That's right.
Nobody knows how any of this works.
Tell me more about this shrinking ray of yours.
I call it the diminuator. The biggest problem left is to design a trigger that doesn't require fingers.
If you will excuse me, I've got something in the oven.
Anyone I know, eh? My secret weapon is almost ready.
According to these, the tentacles control most of the world already.
speaking of which, I believe that China is extending its tentacles into Africa. If I recall correctly. Oh, there's no commentary here?
And so I said to her, that's not my suction cup. You think that's funny? Listen to this.
Oh, here's how the guys walk. Hey, do you guys all want to walk over together? Everybody turn to face the back, and we'll sidestep.
Yeah, that must have been. There's no way in hell we're gonna animate each guy stuck
Well, I
to
mean,
the
we
floor.
had a walk cycle, so we could, but we couldn't have that many actors in one room, probably.
So it's one actor?
It's got to be, yeah. That's just one entity.
One clump.
I would have just cut. Nowadays, I think I would have just cut and had them be over there. Although it is kind of funny when they do that.
Yeah, I like the side
But
wiggling.
it's weird that they all turn to face the side and then sidestep.
There's no suctiony noise.
Yeah,
Should be like
everyone else walks with a big jump.
These guys have greased up the floor.
I remember thinking that last time. So, Sam's walk side to side is and always will be number one. I think Hoagie's up and down walk is number two. But I think that the tentacle group side wiggling is a solid bronze.
Doctor?
What is it? Is someone sick? We can't have sick humans in the show.
Well,
I examined them all myself. They're all perfectly healthy looking to me, except for the dead one. Now leave me alone.
Oh yeah. I never actually picked it up. That's funny, because that was such an annoying inventory item. The president can't just amend the Constitution.
How did that get up there? I can't reach it up there. I'm not so sure that's a good idea.
Oh, do I have to keep playing the thing?
Wow, this is loud.
There it goes.
Hoagie would really love these.
That's what it is.
Good thing he didn't drink that stuff.
Give me my music. Oh, it's just busted.
Whew. Wow, this is loud.
I think it's fake.
Whew.
All right.
That's one of the few places where fake barf isn't useful. Hey, anybody care for a bribe?
What do you think we are, human?
Ha ha ha! Human. Ha ha ha!
Nice outfit.
Don't bother. You'll just get beat like the rest of them.
Hi, I'm Laverne, pre-med.
Their humans told them not to talk to strange tentacles.
They're humans? You mean they're masters who are tentacles?
Don't you think these things are just big popularity contests?
They're not here for their intelligence.
So, what's your talent?
They're saving their energy for the judges.
My human's going to win. You might as well drop out.
You might overstimulate their little brains.
So, what tick bath does your owner prefer?
You might overstimulate their little brains.
Howdy.
Oh, look. Red, white, and blue. Is that Luke coming back in again?
Howdy, Harold.
Howdy, I'm sure.
Hey, when are you guys going to judge best hair?
Oh, all right.
As usual, no one competes with Harold.
Agreed.
Is that all they're all gonna say?
Hey, when are you guys going to judge best smile?
Oh, all right.
Yow, that Harold sure knows how to bear them beauties.
I could see my reflection in one of his incisors.
First place.
Hey, when are you guys going to judge best laugh?
Oh, all right.
Okay, who's got a joke?
Hey, I just flew in from Baltimore, and boy, are my suction cups tired.
A classic.
Harold by a mile.
Now there's a sense of humor.
Agreed.
So now I can.
Well, he's got no smile to speak of, absolutely no laugh, and he's lots of hair, but there's no style to it.
In other words, not a chance in hell.
Well, he's got an impressive smile, absolutely no laugh, and he's lots of hair, but there's no style to it.
In other words, not a chance in hell.
Well, he's got an impressive smile, a nice hearty laugh, and he's lots of hair, but there's no style to it.
In other words, not a chance in hell.
I think it's and has lots of hair, not and he's lots of hair.
Hey, don't you think you should judge best hair again?
Oh, all right.
Harold's got some amazing hair.
The Mummies has improved.
Yes, but it's dull, flat, stringy, lacks body and control.
Whereas Harold's flows and bounces with every subtle turn of his head.
Yes, Harold wins. If only the Mummies was a little bit better.
Agreed.
Hey, don't you think you should judge best smile again?
Oh, all right.
You know, that quiet one in the bandages has the biggest smile I've ever seen.
But his teeth aren't as pearly white as Harold's.
Oh, of course, there's no comparison.
But I think we should give second place to the Mummy, because he maintains it for so long.
Agreed.
I've been going 4.5 hours. That's a short stream for me.
Hey, don't you think you should judge best laugh again?
Oh, all right.
My last stream on this game was literally twice this long because I had to figure out, I was just like trying to get to the end.
Okay, who's got a joke?
I know. Why did the human cross the road?
Because his tentacle owner told him to.
I think our mummy friend picked up a sense of humor somewhere.
Yes, but Harold still tops him.
Oh, of course. Harold wins hands down.
But if it weren't for Harold, I'd let the Mummy have it.
Agreed.
So I want to do two things, and I'm gonna have to save it. Oop. I meant down. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fix my mummy's hair.
Well, he's got an impressive smile, a nice hearty laugh, and luscious stylish hair.
In other words, not a chance in hell.
Hey, don't you think you should judge best hair again?
Oh, all right.
Wow, for a mummy, that's some great looking hair.
Yes, it has a certain meatiness.
But does it have stars and lightning bolts?
No, Harold is still the best.
But if Harold were to say, drop dead, I'd give first place to the mummy.
Agreed.
It's a pretty funny line. Whoops. No, not that. So now... Yeah, messy.
Oh, Harold, that's gross.
What are you babbling about?
You really should have told the judges if you weren't feeling well.
Oh, ick! Now, how did that mess get in there? I think I'm going to be sick.
Someone in here not feeling well?
I was feeling fine until I saw that.
Is that your regurgitation?
No, I'm an healthy human.
Didn't you just say you thought you were going to be sick?
That's just a figure of speech.
Do you realize you could have infected the whole show with human influenza?
But I just got all my shots.
You're a good-looking human, Harold, but you know the rules. You're out of the show. What a mess. I hate cleaning up after humans.
I know. The vilest creatures on Earth. So gross.
Hey, don't you think you should judge best hair again?
Oh, all right.
The mummy's has improved.
Yes, but it's dull, flat, stringy, lacks body and control. A human's hair should stand up, not stand out.
If only it was a little bit better.
They don't have a first place. They should give it to the bald guy. Or the balding guy.
Where can I place a bet? I don't think this guy has much of a chance. Nice smile. Ha! I've seen better smiles on a horse. This one's very tense.
All right.
I could never do that to someone as shy and sensitive as my friend here.
So Laverne is not a vegetarian.
Hey, don't you think you should judge best hair again?
That's
all
surprised absolutely nobody, considering her fetish with the scalpel or whatever the fuck's going on there.
Wow, that's the best hair I've ever seen on a mummy.
Thick and full.
And juicy.
The mummy wins.
Agreed.
Hey, don't you think you should judge Best Smile again?
Oh, all right.
I like the quiet one with the big teeth.
There's nothing in the rules about them being white.
First place goes to the mummy.
Agreed.
Hey, don't you think you should judge Best Laugh again?
Oh, all right.
Okay, who's got a joke?
I got one. How can you tell a human from a sack of flour? Drop them both off a tall building, and the human will bounce.
It's funny because it's true. It's amazing how the mummy can do that without moving his lips.
I say we give him first place.
Agreed.
Well, that makes him best of show.
Seems like 2 out of 3 would be
Go
good enough. But
congratulate him.
He is very well preserved.
I'll miss his laugh.
It's time to give him his winnings and start packing up. We got to get this whole show to Baltimore by Thursday.
Yes, our work here is done.
I love the look of that crazy. He's a mummy in a disco suit with gigantic horse teeth.
That was
Spaghetti.
just the weirdest character to have to design.
What are you talking about? There's so many ideas to work with. Spaghetti.
All the other characters made sense. That one.
It's funny how the tentacles prefer beehive hairdos because they're pointy on top, like tentacles are.
Was there a logic to that? Did you guys figure
I
that
never
out?
thought about that until this moment. But obviously, you artist had that all planned. You're like, who would the tentacles admire most? Someone with a pointy head.
I remember going for a break here, and it finally got out of this on its own, so I'm not going to skip it. I actually have to go to the bathroom, so.
Well, Ted, this is where we part ways. You've certainly helped save humanity. Even though you've been dead for thousands of years, I think you're my favorite Edison.
All right, I got to go to the bathroom. Be right back. All right.
Tell me, Lieutenant, how do you really feel about humans?
Honestly, sir, I think they're filthy, obscene, foul, sickening, like the stuff in your eyes when you wake up, like the wax that builds up behind your suction cups after a few days.
That's enough, son. I just wanted to be sure you weren't one of those humanist sympathizers. What with this ridiculous human show going on here, there's humophiles everywhere.
I'm no humophile, sir.
That's good. Now let me tell you about a little plan I have.
All right.
Oh, hello. I say, have I told you about the time I tracked an escaped human to Madagascar? He had stowed away aboard a tuna boat, you see, and I narrowly missed stopping it leaving port. Unfortunately, the only other available transport was a rowboat, so I... Yes?
Never mind. I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh, that sounded like a good story, actually.
He was scratching his back on the fence, I think. This ought to be good.
Cat shouldn't do that.
What a shabby paint job. I think I need to plug that in, but I don't think it's long enough to reach anywhere. It's a nice, long, heavy-duty one. I don't think I can put that in the chronogon. Fascinating.
Oh.
I can see Dr. Fred's old lab, and his generator is still there. Gee, I could really use that power, but I'll never get through this window. Take that.
Take that. Pretty sure I already heard this.
The reason for the way Day of the Tentacle looks is because of Monkey Island 2 and how it translated and how technology back then just mutilated my illustrations. And so for the next round, I knew to overcome that challenge was to simplify the backgrounds so then I could eliminate most of those floating pixels.
All the noise.
Right? All the noise. So it was a lot of work because once I scanned it in, I had to clean it all up. So I chose this very like paper cutout kind of simple backgrounds just to make it look like it was supposed to be this way, that it was supposed to be clean.
And didn't you also scan them in black and white and paint them in deep paint? Like, I don't think you colorized them before you
No,
scanned them.
I did. These are all markers.
right?
These are all markers.
But didn't you pump the
I pumped up the palettes. Yeah, so out
The
of
wall is completely, like, it's one color of gray right back
it was
there.
all like 100 colors of gray, and I would just pick one of them to represent that wall.
Oh, so I always tell
I
people you
cleaned it
scanned
all
them
up.
in black and white.
Nope.
That's a big
It
lie.
was all- that's
a
a
big
big
lie.
lie.
Everybody, that's a big lie.
So this is all markers, yeah.
And I don't want to be
And I had to
critical,
clean it
Peter,
up.
but I have a feeling some of your vanishing points don't line up.
Yeah, and that, again, thank you. Again, that was a challenge for me because I love perspective and proper perspective. And so for this game, definitely learning how to let go and go outside my comfort zone, right? How to be wrong on purpose.
It's like you
was
love
a challenge
perspective
for
so
me.
much, there's 5 different
Oh,
perspectives.
I was fighting myself every day just doing this. But, you know, I knew, in the end it was going to be okay because that was what we chose to do together.
We did this together.
Gee, I hope that's not lead-based paint.
Can't talk to the cat.
Well, what do we have here? Looks like a prosthetic rodent.
The way it's stalked.
Another specimen. This doesn't seem like the best place to start a panic. Ooh, a skunk, how frightening.
Just so happens
There's
to walk
a
in.
little teeny tiny sweater in there. There's a little teeny tiny sweater in there. Ooh, cute. It shrunk to doll size.
Say, cutie, what brings a hot tentacle babe like you to a dump like this?
You're married. Shut up.
Don't you recognize me?
No, hey, aren't you the waitress from Club Tentacle? I love that place. I'd be there right now if I weren't flat broke.
I'm here to see you, big boy.
Really? Well, what are you doing for dinner? How about Club Tentacle? Oh, what am I saying? I can't afford to take out the trash, let alone a classy babe like you.
I'm looking for a pet.
Sorry, honey, you came to the wrong place. These 3 are problem humans. Untrainable, disobedient, downright surly.
He's just jealous 'cause we've got opposable thumbs.
Someday you will accept tentacles as your masters.
Huh, you losers can't even ride tricycles.
See why no one wants them as pets?
I'm here by accident. Bye.
Hey, I don't want to be here either. Get away from that. That's my job.
Dinner for two at Club Tentacle. Dang, it says tentacles only.
Whoa! Dinner for two at Club Tentacle? I can't wait to tell my wife.
Get out! God. I got so stuck in this region before because the way I had connected all the puzzles was in totally the wrong order. I mean, he says you don't want these as pets. So I thought I wanted one as my pet because what I meant, the way I interpreted it was these are the only humans available as pets. Alright, I gotta turn off the thing.
I think it controls the force field. You're free.
Free to do what?
Free to run wild through the woods like humans should.
Big deal.
I said you're free. Now get off your fat, lazy butts and start enjoying it.
Enjoy being hunted for the rest of our lives by that mustached old tentacle with a big net? If we ran off, he'd be right on our trail.
That's why you split up.
If we stay here, we know we'll be warm and comfortable. Outside, we'd be eating bugs and moss.
You'll be eating my fist in a second.
The woods are filled with wild animals, lions, tigers, and skunks. Man, I hate skunks.
What was I gonna say? What was it? I was gonna say something. What was I gonna say? Oh, run through the woods like humans should. I like that line.
Hey, look, a skunk.
That is a beautiful shot.
Nice.
That's
Full
nice.
screen
Look at that color
animation.
cycling back there.
Wow. 3 frames.
Pew, pew, pew.
That was state of the art, right? Nobody had full screen animation in those days. And I think, what was the deal? It was like 30%, 20% of the screen, of the pixels on the screen could move at once, no more than that. Yeah. So I took that whole shot and had to draw the characters and figure out what was the extreme of the eyes popping out, and then measure how much I'd have to move to make that work. Yeah, it's like, okay, I can jiggle the cheeks this much, and I can bulge the eyes that much, and the tongue, it was all the tongues, because those were the things that were moving the most. But I think what I did on those was just extremes, like there was no in between. So, but that was the biggest pixel difference, was like the end of the tongue was way down here, and then it was way up there, so half the tongue was different.
I need to get off my ass and start making some games or something, because this sounds fun.
Congratulations, Kitty. You've saved humanity with your repulsive appearance. I think I've had enough fun with Mr. Kitty.
Mr. Kitty? That's your name? That's what you named it?
I think I've had enough fun with Mr. Kitty. Now I am the jailer, and you, Kitty, are my prisoner.
let the cat go this time. I know, like on one hand, it's like, that's how I would make something in my life. But then on the other hand, it's like, no, but I want to pour the same creative energies into my videos.
Ooh. Ooh. I don't think so. I don't think so.
I just carry a trophy home. It's just kind of cool, I guess. Just because time is a limiting factor, that's all. Oh, yeah.
There's a Chan joke there. You suck. The vacuum cleaner's called You Suck. Peter.
I recall this was my least favorite.
This is your least favorite room?
Yeah, I remember I started to burn out, and I just remember I struggled with just the background with that one.
Was that one of the last ones you did, you mean?
Probably.
And was that directed at one of us? You
No,
suck? Was that
no.
for me?
No,
or
I
Dave?
just
Oh,
remembered
Dave?
it's not very interesting, that's all.
I wonder if that was late in production, because
Yeah.
I was just watching the whole vacuum cleaner thing, and I remember I had this totally elaborate thing that she was going to do some weird sword fight thing, and then something much bigger with this sucking the hamster in the vacuum cleaner, and then it ended up being like a 2-frame and go, because it was like, I don't have time for this anymore.
Pete, the thing that I remember with you was always you would do the sketch for the room and you would bring it to us, and you would have put in all these amazing details of all this cool stuff, and we would always look and we would go, okay, this is great, but you have to take out the ladder and the shovel and all the things that an adventure game player will want to pick up and take. And
that's nice.
Probably by the end of the game, you're just, all right, I'm going to put nothing in here.
But
that'll show them.
Yeah, I mean, all the interesting stuff turned into the silhouettes in the foreground where you can't touch it. Eventually, I just
a little
used-
frustrating
Yeah,
too.
yeah,
but-
And
I know.
those are still interesting that you want.
Yeah. Yeah. The damn adventure game players always wanting to pick everything up.
It's the same generator that was in Dr. Fred's lab.
What are you doing? All right, I'm getting reasonably close to the end of the game, 5 hours in.
I'm sorry to do this to you, little fella, but it's for the future of the whole planet.
What I like is that whatever you leave the state in one, oh, it's not the state of the other. It's only the state of this. So I just closed it on that one. Yeah, it makes sense that the future would not change the past, but the past changes the future. So if I close this,
I'd rather not.
what the? Close ice machine, and then I open it. I think it's open here. Yes. That's what it is. Yeah, so the past will change the future.
I don't think so. I can't. Take that. It's already open. Looks like there's some kind of rodent down there. I can't. He's frozen solid.
I'd better not. He looks pretty angry.
Yeah, you can't change the future now, even though we've done that several times. Wait, I don't need to be this guy. All right, night, Gogurt. Sorry I couldn't finish the game. I'm very close to the end. Yeah, it'll probably be another 30 minutes or something.
Gosh, I hope this isn't like the primitive, dangerous microwave ovens of my century. Those things could really pop a hamster good.
Yeah, she had a lot of fun with that.
That was fun, but only because this is the 22nd century. You see, kids who put hamsters in microwaves back where I'm from get taken away from their parents and put up for adoption. So don't do it. He still looks really cold.
I thought I set this off.
This ought to warm him up. I wish I had some formaldehyde.
Of course you do. Forgot about the boxing glove. I remember that you have to do it twice, but I forgot about the boxing glove.
I'm sure he's in there. There's a hamster in there, I think, or at least pieces of one. There's a face print on the glove. I hope it's sprung for good. Well? Look at that sucker go. He just keeps running and running and running. Fascinating. It has a dent in it shaped like my skull. Why did I pick this stupid thing up?
Honestly, I don't remember picking this up last time. What do I do with the hubcap? Is there an achievement?
No need for a hubcap there, just like most places.
That's the opposite of the fake barf comment. It is useless? Yeah, I never picked it up before. I was like, wait a minute. Are there possible achievements to try to do something with it or no? Not even that, huh?
I don't think I can put that in the Chronojon.
Okay, you can't send it either. I like Hoagie's music here.
It's some kind of legal mumbo jumbo. It's some kind of legal mumbo jumbo.
His walk.
Yes, what do you want?
Hi there. Is this Dr. Fred Edison?
Who did you think you called? Dr. Spock? Look, I don't have all day.
This is Farley Crock at LucasArts Games. I just discovered your contract among some very old files, and, well, our lawyers say that we have to pay you $2 million in back royalties. For the use of your family in the Maniac Mansion video game.
What?
This is Farley Crock.
No, I heard that, you moron.
He's just gonna repeat
when
himself.
When do I get my money?
Oh, right now. It's been credited to your Swiss bank account.
Operator, get me a travel agent. This is an emergency.
Out of order.
Couch Potato Shopping Channel, Wanda speaking.
I want to buy a diamond.
That will be $2 million. Do you have a major credit card?
I have a numbered Swiss bank account.
What's the number, sir?
It's 846-427-35327.
Very good, sir. We'll send the diamond by Pronto Post Lightspeed Delivery immediately. Thank you for calling.
Now that's service.
It is indeed.
I'd better get this to Dr. Fred right away.
That should do it. Where did you get this diamond anyway?
It was donated by a group of Girl Scouts who were in the neighborhood.
Just tell him the truth. It's fine.
How
He's poor again.
heartwarming.
Can we bring back my friends now?
We've repaired the primary device, but before we can do anything, both time pods must be energized as well. Then we can bring back what's his name and who's her face.
Hoagie and Laverne.
Yes, fine specimens.
Fine specimens. All right.
It's glowing. It's fine where it is.
Dum-de-dum. Looks like a big storm. See, this is why I never wash my car. Hey, Ben.
Oh, it's you.
Where are you going? What about your experiment?
Even science sometimes gets cold on account of rain, my boy.
But how are you ever going to get lightning if you're not going to stand out in a storm?
To be frank, which I am, I don't know. The science of electrodynamics, much like your mind apparently, is still in a state of relative infancy. Back to the drawing board, I say.
What a genius.
All right. One more bathroom trip. Man, I've been drinking too much. I'm sorry. Be right back. So what's really bothering me is that I've literally gotten no achievements today. Yeah, I was at 44. I have no idea. I'll probably just have to look them up and maybe play through this game again sometime. I don't know. Because it's probably stuff that it's too late for me to do. But 44 out of 58 was a pretty good first run. It's just funny, through a second run, I've gotten 0.
I don't wanna.
I like offering him the vinegar. It's like, here's that same bottle 400 years later. I feel like they could have done something funny for that, but they did not. Well, I guess I could do that, and I definitely didn't do that.
The design's solid, but I need some waterproof material, like cast iron or something.
That sounds awful. So I've been duped before. There was a guy that told me something like that in another game. Oh, you gotta press this button. Some crazy number of times.
Neat.
Whoa. Like 4, 5, maybe 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I might be downplaying a little bit, but we'll see. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Oh. 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99.
What was that?
I wanted to see how many I took my last breath at 50 to just kind of tell myself, it's not taking that long. I took a big deep breath at 50 and tried to get through the rest in one breath, which I did. So I was short by one. I mean, I was underestimating by one. I do have the metal in the microwave. Like, as soon as I picked up the fork, the first thing I did was I tried to put it in the microwave in the previous run. That's how I picked up 44 achievements. Like, I actually did things, mixing the decaf and regular coffee and stuff like that. I did a lot of good stuff. I'm not going to think to ring the bell that many times. Did I actually mix those? Probably not.
I don't think that would look better white.
And then the universe implodes. Interesting. I mean, the cat's in here now, so...
I think I've had enough fun with Mr. Kitty.
The consistencies are incompatible. Whee! Not funny enough.
So what does that put me at, like 48 now? $47. Really? I guess I can restore to an earlier time.
He's not even cooked.
I think I did do that. Like, that should have worked. Ah, so that's one that I can't do now. I just did it. I just got it right now. The cat fork, I mean. So I have 10 left. These are 2, and then there's 8 more. That's pretty insane. By the way, fun fact. I first started this game on July 4th, having no idea this game featured the Founding Fathers. So that was fun. Yeah. Yeah, I mentioned that one earlier. I did do that one.
Who's that? This is Ben's room, huh? He's into.
He's big into penguins. What is that date that's circled?
Yeah, I was
Peter?
just gonna ask.
Is that your birthday? Your son's birthday?
That says January, right?
Probably says Zach really small.
That's my wife's birthday.
Ah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Sneaky.
First or second? Because the car says Zach on the license plate.
Yeah, because Zach was born that year, so I snuck his name in and turned into a ritual. I now try to hide my kids' names in every project I work on.
They're in the bone pile in Grim Fandango, but I never could find it.
Yeah.
I just knew you told me they're in there.
And it's also in Full Throttle too.
Interesting.
But you can't see it. So it's for me, basically.
Looks like my kind of guy. No, I think I better stay on his good side.
Yeah, I only have the one to just start the game.
Hi.
Sorry, can't talk. Busy making history.
It looks kind of small for me. It looks more like a raincoat than a lab coat. It looks kind of small for me. It looks kind of small for me. I got something good for you, mister. Mister.
Mr. Brainstorm? Yes, hand it over. Doesn't this belong to somebody?
Yeah, Red Edison.
Ah. I'm sorry, but the man has no vision. A lightweight, durable fabric like this going to waste down in his basement. When I'm done with it, it will fly. Eureka! The all-season Francocopter, ready to make history. No, there's no fuse.
So, what do I light?
For the last time, you're not going to light anything. You just push it.
The whole time? How am I going to get up that high?
Listen, just wait for me to say the word now. Then push the kite into the air, all right?
I'm on you, lasagna.
How did we...
I'm trying to remember how we did.
I already did this. I don't know if I can't
score
skip it.
Because we would have had to play the game.
I think what we did, yeah, I'm trying to remember too. I
Hold
think
up a
what we
video
actually,
camera in front of the screen?
I think what we did was we got a save game made,
Oh.
and we would play it to the next, like, place where you could pause, or like we would.
Look at her go! Now all we need is a little... Hey! So what happened after I fainted?
Well, after the lightning hit the kite, it came crashing down on your head.
The lightning?
No, the kite.
Drat! What do you think we should do?
I'd like to go back to my lab and consider the situation.
Sounds like something I would say.
It's clean enough for me. It's really smoking. Okay. Who was the idiot who started the fire? No way, it could be on fire by now.
I feel like I'm gonna have to stream this game again to catch the remaining achievements. I don't know. I mean, there's going to be achievements that have to do with just completing the game. Yeah, I turned off the stereo, yeah. And I did that. I did that early on in both games, so. They took the Constitution. I like how the tree or the entire background disappeared. I think it wasn't just the tree, right? Or was there only the tree there? Oh.
It looks pretty clear in here now.
How?
Say, did you get the pen on our way out?
No, I
found a blanket blocking the chimney.
Son, do you know anything about a blanket? Didn't the dude next to you have one earlier? Hey, catch you later.
Hey.
Salad oil.
Ah, excellent. I need that for my super battery. Ah, excellent. I need that for my super battery.
Right. I thought there was more scenery, but I guess not.
Ah, the final element for my ingenious battery. Stand back, boy. Give me room to work. A miracle of modern science. It will look lovely here on the shelf until I take it with me to Baltimore.
Is there a speedrunner achievement like there was in Monkey Island 2? You beat it in 3 hours or whatever?
Hey.
What is it this time?
What are you doing?
I'm inventing, you simpleton. What's it look like I'm doing?
What are you inventing?
It's a complex metal device designed to minimize paper entropy.
Well, see you later.
You might if you cut that hair a bit shorter.
Hey.
What is it this time?
I think I'll be moseying along now.
Well, don't mosey over anything breakable on your way out.
It's Red's battery. Don't look now, but the British are coming, dude.
Eh? Where? Is that supposed to be funny? I'm very busy.
It's mine, mine, mine. The meter says that it's at 0 power. Flush, my one chance of getting out of here? Yeah.
How about an amendment that the president has to be a human being?
Please, this is serious business.
You're right.
It said there was a commentary there. Oh no.
So, Dave, are you going to take credit for the wash your car to make it rain puzzle?
I always feel like I need to both apologize for and defend this puzzle in this game because, I mean, there is a lesson here about how to design puzzles because you always want to make sure that the audience has all of the information that they need in order to make the leap that's going to get them the puzzle solution. And in this case, like I grew up with a father who told me that it was just common knowledge that when you washed your car, it made it rain. So I just assumed that everybody around the globe would understand that and that we didn't really have
We
to
all
say
found
much
that to be acceptable.
about it.
I think we are like, yep,
a lot of people
that'd
have
be a good puzzle.
have had, yeah, a lot of people have come back and complained about that over the years. That
Well,
that was
but
problematic.
when you do try to wash the Cadillac,
Right, there's a great
Very
hint.
good.
There's
Very
another
good. Okay.
car in
What
there.
does he say?
It says "wash me" right on there, and when you try to wash it, he says something like, "I don't want to do that because every time I wash my car, it makes it rain."
That's how I solved
think
it.
My judgment is that is absolutely fair.
The hint is in there.
It's
and
right
if you
there.
if
It's
you
a
were
big
doing
old
the
sign.
exploration-
That helped me. The wash me. Bernard helped me solve that puzzle. So I didn't mind it at all. Generally, I think of it not in terms of rain, but in terms of bird poop. That there are always birds just sitting right outside the car wash waiting to shit on your newly washed car. Also, no joke, once I went to a car wash
Ready
place
for another brush with destiny?
where, you know, you don't wash it yourself, the guys wash it for you. And so I was in the lobby and they had, you know, it's like free coffee or something, and I just got a cup of coffee, and no joke, I put the little styrofoam cup of coffee on my car and forgot I did that, and I drove off with it, and it just, you know, soaked my car in coffee as I drove out of the car wash lot. So that was stupid.
I'd rather mope around some more.
How did we?
I'm trying to remember how we did. But
How we
because
referred to it to score it because we would have had to play the game.
I think what we did, yeah, I'm trying to remember too. I
Hold
think
up a
what we
video
actually,
camera in front of
I
this?
think
Yeah,
what we
because I
did
kept
was we
thinking that
got-
I
got
needed
a
the
save
Edisons.
game,
That
man.
was the problem. I
And
kept
we
thinking
would
I needed
play
the
it
Edisons as
to
my
the
human.
next, like, place where you could pause, or like we would, the next space bar point or something like that, and then we would score it, and then we would make it so that the music, because the thing was that you couldn't rely on the sync, right?
Yeah.
So we
Smart
had
car
to
wash,
actually
huh?
make the music interactive in a sense with the scene, so that it could, depending on how fast of a machine you had and how quickly, therefore, the scene would play, would the music actually hit the right hit points and then proceed correctly to the next hit point.
So we would have an accordion like.
We basically had an accordion-like
at the end of
structure.
Each little section, it would
Yeah.
sort of pause, and then resume at the hit point, or jump to the hit point if the hit point was reached first.
Yeah, and we
which
I'm trying to think if we
would be only the fastest machines.
Right.
I'd rather mope around some more.
I'll be waiting.
I like that. I'd rather mope around some more.
Ready for another brush with destiny?
Sure, why not?
Splendid. Now. She's handling kind of funny.
You got it. Just hang on there.
She's too heavy. I can't control her.
Hang on, Ben. Hang on.
She's breaking up. She's breaking up. Run for your life. Now that was interesting.
Yeah. Say, can I see that kite for a second?
No, I'm taking it back to my lab in Philly right now so I can study the results. Wish me luck.
He just drops it.
I never got your name.
It's Hoagie, sir.
Nice working with you, Hoagie. I promise to name an invention after you someday.
Gosh, thanks.
I like how some things you have to go into the past to change the future, and then there are other things that are just already existing. So you just go and fulfill the past in order to create the current present. Nobody understands the logistics of time travel. I also like hearing him say this.
Ye oldie outhouses. The meter says it's fully powered.
Yeah, that's what I did before.
Flush, my one chance of getting out of here? Yeah. Flush, my one chance of getting out of here? Yeah. Flush, my one chance of getting out of here? Flush, my one chance of getting out of here? Yeah. Whoa.
According to my instruments, everything is in readiness. Your friends have activated their units, so it's time to throw the switch.
Great.
Don't stand there.
Hoagie! I'm so happy to...
Hi!
Laverne! Wow! I'm so glad you two made it back okay.
I hate to interrupt, but there's no time to lose. Now that you're back, we've got to proceed with the original plan and send you back to yesterday to turn off the Sludge-O-Matic.
Huh?
Say what?
Now hold on a minute, Dr. Fred. They just barely made it back to our time alive, and I think...
Ha ha! You can't turn off the machine if I get there first.
Uh-oh.
Don't worry, guys. This time I know I can stop him.
Uh-oh. I guess we better do something.
Let's go.
No, wait! You can't all go in the same store. Didn't you see the fly?
Green is already useless and hopeless.
We're some kind of monster, dudes.
Great. Stuck here the rest of my life, listening to Bernard talking and watching Hoagie eat. Mom warned me there'd be days like this.
Now, wait just a minute.
It's Perfect Tentacle!
It's Green Tentacle. What was that, Green?
Perfect Tentacle behind you!
What?
Purple tentacle behind you.
I believe he's trying to warn you about me.
What?
Oh.
We're going to turn off the Sludge-O-Matic and defeat your evil plan, overgrown worm.
You sorry lot are no match for me.
But there's 3 of us. Well, sort of.
Nevertheless, I mean to crush you.
Yeah?
You and what army?
Why, this army, of course.
Yikes.
You see, I've been busy. These are all versions of myself from the future. I've been bringing them back here using the Chronojon. Together, we will conquer the world. You 10 there. Discard the sludge-o-matic.
I'm trying to not skip dialogue. Can you do it in an hour without skipping dialogue? No. There's over an hour of dialogue.
No one is to touch the sludge-o-matic. Now, creature, I must decide what excruciating tortures to leave them to me. I've been itching for a chance to test out my newly completed diminuator.
Uh-oh. Excuse me. Us.
All right, the rest of you come with me. Next stop, the world.
What do we do now?
Whoa.
It wears off.
Aha!
Run for it!
Damn. The battery must not have had time to recharge, but it will.
This is his 200-year perfected technology.
Shh! Maybe he won't find us.
You, where are you, human? Blasted useless. Aha!
Uh-oh.
Take that. And this. Drat. There, I think I've almost got it working.
That was really disturbing when he shot himself, and then the stick goes right through his brain, which would be fatal. Very disturbing.
It's true. They would never.
But then he's got a depressed sigh afterwards. So, you know, he's fine, even though he's still suicidal.
You notice the nice pink box, you know, the Chinese pink box for that you get in Chinatown.
Is that for
That's
like
right
almond
there.
cookies? He's got like a little section of. How sad can he be?
I just thought that was donuts.
Well, it's true about that theme, the suicide theme, or cigarettes for another matter. I think we used to have characters sometimes
Yeah,
lighten up and
there
stuff.
was no ESRB when we made this.
Yeah.
Aha!
Uh-oh.
Take that. And this. Drat. If only the hardware store carried larger batteries.
We're too little. Great speakers. No time for that now. Hey! Where'd he go? This door appears to be locked.
I remember when I was trying to figure out and come up with the style, you know, it was back in those days we didn't really have Google internet search stuff. So, you know, all we had were 2 books that I studied from, and that was a Bugs Bunny book
This door appears to be locked. It's pretty darn cold.
Oh, we don't.
You guys notice there's a face on that machine back there?
Impressive triangular formation. Excuse us.
What is it?
Look behind you, a three-headed monkey.
The only three-headed monkey here is in front of us. Now, buzz off.
Excuse us.
What is it?
Which one of you is the real Purple Tentacle?
We all are, Dopey. Weren't you paying attention earlier? Now, buzz off.
Excuse us.
What is it?
Could you let us pull that lever over there?
No chance. Now, buzz off.
Excuse us.
What is it?
Would you mind hopping out to get us some Chinese food?
Nice try, but we're not budging. Now, buzz off.
Great! Now we can turn off the machine and prevent all this tentacle mayhem from ever happening.
Well, I'm certainly glad that's over with.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Leaving so soon? We haven't had the chance to get to know one another. Your efforts are so tiny. Ha 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 ha!
Eek!
Run all you like, you insignificant insect.
He looks a lot like Santa, but not as friendly. That's probably a bad idea. That's probably a bad idea. Are you really a future version of Purple Tentacle?
Who else would be brilliant enough to invent the diminuator?
How is it that you can grow hair without follicles?
It wasn't easy, but the secret made me very wealthy.
Are you sure you're a future version of Purple Tentacle?
I said I was, did I not?
Can you remember stuff that hasn't happened yet?
Naturally.
Do we manage to defeat you and save the world?
Of course not.
Bummer. Could you give us some stock tips?
Don't invest in shoes.
Are you more or less intelligent than the Purple Tentacle from our time?
The same, but I've had 200 years to think things over.
Just what is it you have against humans anyway?
Humans are our oppressors. They made us live in this horrible motel. They created us in ungainly forms, so we could not rise against them. Try walking around with your legs tied together and glue on your shoes. You'll see what I mean.
Yeah, there's a bit wider so they don't fall over. Like if I tried to hop around like that, I'd fall over because I would have a big center of gravity problem. They're stockier. They at least won't fall over.
But humans also created the Sludge-O-Matic, which made you super intelligent.
Nonsense. I created that myself and sent it back through time.
That makes no sense.
I knew Fred's mad scientist ego would make him use it. How's that for a paradox?
Who, Fred? But there's only one of him.
Right. Anyway, you can see why I detest humans.
Let's discuss your hatred of humans further.
What's to talk about? I detest the whole cackling, hand-wringing lot of you.
So?
You wouldn't understand.
Let's discuss your hatred of humans further.
What's to talk about? I detest the whole cackling, hand-wringing lot of you.
I see.
Soon the rest of the world will too.
Are you sure you're a future version of Purple Tentacle?
I said I was, did I not?
Do the Sharks ever have a winning season?
No, but the Tentacles do.
I think we'd best be off now.
If you wish, you won't want to miss the enslavement of everyone on Earth. You can't stop me.
You're pretty handy with that ray gun.
Center of the forehead every time. Would you like a demonstration?
No thanks, we can't afford it.
It's free of charge, unlike the diminuator.
Let's discuss your hatred of humans further.
What's to talk about? I detest the whole cackling, hand-wringing lot of you.
Sounds like you just hate Dr. Fred.
I suppose you're right about that. I didn't start out hating all humans, just Dr. Fred.
Why don't you zap Fred with the ray gun for a change?
Perhaps that would be entertaining.
Surely we can talk this out.
Talk?
Surely.
Wait! You haven't heard the last of me. I'll be back, and the next time, the world and all its piffling inhabitants shall be mine. All mine.
Piffling.
All mine.
Okay, little fella. Mail this to Siberia. Our work here is done. Now we can go home.
Well, kiddies, it's been more fun than a jumpsuit full of weasels. Now, kindly get your freakish hide out of my home.
Please, Dr. Fred, you've got to get us out of this mess. We look terrible, and we can't buy clothes off the rack.
I'm getting sort of used to it. Maybe we could go on the talk show circuit.
Help us, Dr. Edison. You're our only hope.
Oh, all right.
So I didn't have enough pixels to actually show, like, there's
That's
way
the
too much.
genius of the screen.
There's way too much hoagie. Like, if you look at that X-ray, basically Bernard is piggybacking on Laverne. You can see Bernard's feet.
Oh, those are Laverne's feet.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. Because
But hoagie is just like rib cage and nothing else. There's no room for it.
Look how involved this scene is. Like, there's all these different gags for how they all get. Like, it takes. It's all.
That's your reward for
How many
finishing
days
this
did it
entire
take
game.
to do that animation?
That was a long one. That was the funnest one.
Look how evil Laverne is.
I think because that had a lot of visual gags that were easy to do. Like the X-ray thing is a drawing, and then the stretching the shirt and snapping it, the action's quick. Like the drawings that it took to do the stretch was nothing. And I think it's her regular walk cycle, maybe just tweaked. And you let it go and shoots off screen in like 1 or 2 frames.
But that was fun. I often refer to it as the last fun time I had making a game, just because we didn't have 3D and we didn't have to worry about voice during. We didn't have to lock our scripts early, so we could do localization and translation. So it was felt easier. Even though we had a brief crunch mode because we'd like, oh, the dialogue has to be done in a month, and you and I stayed there to do that. I don't remember the team really having a crunch mode like we did on Monkey 2 or anything. Like Monkey 2 was like a really.
And you look at like Throttle, we thought we're going to make this crazy huge animated thing, and we had like 1 more animator than we had on this, and that got really bad at the end.
Games were
Whereas
simpler.
this was there was no way to.
Back then.
Didn't
And
have
I-
enough rope to hang ourselves.
I did love that ability to write all the way up to the very, because
We changed Monkey Island dialogue like the day before we shipped. I feel like, which is crazy. Of course, everyone's happier now that we're locking that earlier.
And the scum system, like I feel like we touched on that briefly earlier. We didn't really say much about it. Was like great to work in because it was like you just had a little puppet theater, and all the things that you wanted to do to make drama were really easy. Like, oh, have the characters walk around and play animations and say lines, and you didn't have to do any programming really behind any of that. It was all just one line to make any of those things happen. So you could just focus on, let's make a cool thing with all these little assets that we've got.
It's really interesting to listen to. Okay, looks like I got this one. They did give me the mental patience one. Good. I don't know why I didn't get that last time. Maybe it's any dialogue if you skip any dialogue. So it's good to see that I picked that one up. So 49, there's 9 achievements. One of them is just get all the achievements. So there's 8 other tasks. So I'm aware of the stereo one, and then whatever's in Maniac Mansion other than just start playing it, because I didn't do very much in it. 2 besides just playing it? I don't know anything about Maniac Mansion. I've never played it. Oh yeah. I started looking at this. So that's, yeah, the outside pump. Okay, so this is going to start with Hoagie's World. Kite. Ye olde outhouses. 312.92. It's not even just perspective, it's just they just warp everything in different directions. Oh, you can see that door. Yeah. Oh, here the bottle is here. 'Cause it was over here. So this one has frame on it, and this one does not. So now we're in the current time frame, I guess. Fake barf. I don't remember a big fake barf sign. Yeah, it changes to welcome. And now this says gross. So here, the unicorn, and now it's the stud. Have to make it more risque.
The number to call is 1-800-STAR-WARS. Don't miss this amazing once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That's right. This beautiful 4,000-carat diamond can be yours today for the special rock-bottom introductory price of $2 million. The number to call is 1-800-STAR.
These creepy cameras everywhere. Oh, this one doesn't have a clock. Come on in. This one's got a bunch of flyers. Ah, there's the phony. More than one control.
That number again, 1-800-STAR-WARS. Call now. Tell them Yoda sent you. Don't miss this amazing once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That's right, an incredible 4,000-carat diamond for the piddling sum of $2 million. That number...
I actually didn't remember that you had to knock the speaker over to get the fake barf. I knocked it over and then thought I just found something or did something I didn't have to do.
The number to call is 1-800-STAR-WARS. Don't miss this amazing once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That's right, an incredible...
Ooh, now we're in the future. Yeah, I like how they originally had it kind of block it off. I guess Laverne would have to run around it. And they're like, nah, let's just sand it to the side. And then it looked kind of awkward there.
That number again, 1-800-STAR-WARS. Call now. Tell them Yoda sent you.
Oh, I can use the arrow keys. That's more comfortable. Never really saw that because I guess there were humans in the way. The hamster. You look at a sketch and then you look at how they fleshed it out. It seems pretty faithful. Like there wasn't, like they really have pretty much the final sketch before they filled it in. I don't see a sketch for this. What?
That's right, an incredible 4,000-carat diamond. Beautiful 4,000-carat diamond can be be yours today for the special rock bottom introductory price of $2 million.
This one's more spread out. This one's like closer together, I guess. No, I think that they just cut down on this right screen. It just didn't spread out as much. Yeah, you can see this was a long table here. Made it shorter.
This beautiful 4,000 carat diamond can be yours today. That's right, an incredible 4,000.
And here they did the opposite. They elongated it. This one was short, and then now it's ambigified.
Price of $2 million. The number to call is 1-800-STAR Wars. Don't miss this amazing once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That's right, an incredible 4,000 carat diamond.
The toilets or whatever. Maybe they don't have the same privacy etiquette that we do. You just shit right in front of the Emperor. He doesn't care.
The number to call is 1-800-STAR Wars. Call now. Tell them Yoda sent you. This beautiful 4,000 carat diamond
Kind of looking up here. There's like an extra switch or something, or a... I don't know. What is this anyway? These are just all other ideas, huh? Or is this stuff in the beginning? Maybe that's what that is. That I'm not going to remember. No, that one's in the beginning. And there were some other screens. I think I remember that one.
That number again, 1-800-STAR Wars. Call now. Price of $2 million. The number to call is 1-800-STAR Wars. Don't miss this amazing once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That's right. This beautiful 4,000 carat diamond can be yours today for the special rock bottom introductory price of $2 million. The number to call is 1-800-STAR Wars. Don't miss this amazing... Star Wars. Call now. Tell them Yoda sent you.
Is this interesting? Detail the end. And a bunch of other assets. Oh, so they probably had some other cutscenes with like the diamond and stuff. That was in the beginning, I think. Surfboard.
Number to call is 1-800-Star Wars. Don't miss this amazing once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That's right, an incredible 4,000-carat diamond for the piddle.
You can see the eyes are different in this one. They decided to instead go with more round eyes.
4,000-carat diamond can be yours today for the special rock bottom introductory price of $2 million.
An earlier version of the Maid.
1-800-Star Wars. Don't miss.
Huh.
Tell them Yoda sent you. This beautiful 4,000-carat diamond can be yours today for the special rock bottom
Just some other scrawled out notes. The past 30 years. Fortunately, I don't think they can do that, but all they have to do is change the rules and they can.
This beautiful 4,000-carat diamond can...
This sleeping guy.
Once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That's right, an incredible 4,000-carat diamond for the piddling sum of $2 million. That number again, 1-800-Star Wars. Call now, tell them.
Talking about the art of moving as few pixels on the screen as possible and still have the effect. It's pretty clever. I'll never fully understand the limitations, but yeah, it's pretty good if he was as limited as he said.
This beautiful 4,000-carat diamond can be yours today for the special rock bottom introductory price of $2 million. The number to call
Just some to-do list. Dr. Fred tied up. Bowl tentacles. Unravel the X-ray, yeah.
Yoda sent you. This beautiful 4,000-carat diamond can be yours today for the special rock bottom introductory price of $2 million. The number to call is... $2 million. That number again, 1-800-Star Wars. Call now, tell them Yoda sent you. This beautiful...
Think like a cartoon character. Part of the manual or something.
That's right, an incredible 4,000-carat diamond for the piddling sum of $2 million. That number again, 1-800...
So that's really interesting. And they were talking about the warped picture on the safe, but the guy himself was warped as well. So however they figured that out. Where is this? It almost looks like ye olde outhouses somehow. And this is the last one. Okay. So that. I still got 8, 9, 7 achievements, whatever's left. I don't know. But I'm done tonight. That was a good stream. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. And I'll see you next time.